Okay, today we have a lot of topics to cover, but we will not give equal time to all the topics, as I know that you are more interested in the part that concerns about using AI in research work in PhD level, and which would be mostly on the later side. But the first part is very important because it will get you to know, be more familiar with how generative AI works, how this technology comes about, and how to use them most effectively. And actually being able to use the generative AI tools in the general way, not just for research, in the general way, is very useful for developing your skill to use the specific tools for research, which we will get to later on. And also this part about AI ethics. I assure you, it will not just be me reading the 10 commandments or the 5 precepts or any of the religious stuff. It will just be, or any like 100 rules about using AI. It will just be actually fun storytelling about how other people have used AI in the past and whether they are successful or there are pitfalls. So we learn from their mistakes and what would be the best way to guide our use of generative AI in the framing of research work so that we are more likely to be successful and don't fall into the same pitfalls. So I hope that all of this session will give you something that you did not know before, but some of the things you may already know before, and I'm happy to hear your thoughts on each of them as we share them. So feel free to use the chat box. Okay, first, the basic of generative AI and prompts, and oh, by the way, my name is very long, Panuakdet Suwannatat, but you can call me Mock or Ajahn Mock, right? And it's much shorter. It's from Mockingbird. It's my nickname. Okay. So generative AI tools, there are like a few basic tools. Some of them is for text generation, like ChatGPT, Gemini. These are called large language models, LLM for short. And there is also a tool that create images like DALL-E or Midjourney. And this is not a complete list, just some examples. And also there are tools that create music or songs like Suno or Udio, which we will try. And also lately there is some movement about generative AI that generate videos from the text prompt, or from images, such as Runway or Kling AI, and there are many other tools like Sora. And these are all a family of generative AI, but
Ajahn Pap, I think the sounds is loss of connection.
อาจารย์ครับ your sound is run away
ขอบคุณครับ This is another one. Let's try. Okay, sorry about that. Generative AI is the AI that can generate new content, whether it's text, image, or video, by using real data as example for training. The new content that it generates will resemble the real data made by human, but it's not the actual real data. So it just resembles the real data. And it could be just the text, like ChatGPT or Gemini, or it could be images. So in this context, ChatGPT or its peers is just one example of large language models. There are many of them. And large language model is just a form of generative AI. And there are generative AI that are not large language models. And generative AI is just a form of machine learning, which machine learning is just one part of the AI universe. that encompasses many techniques. But machine learning is a technique that makes generative AI possible. So this is like kind of like the taxonomy of where we are interested in, like the middle part here. And how large language model works is most easily explained by comparing it to your phone, like autocomplete feature. If you just open the Note app on your phone, whether iPhone or Android, right? And you just type in the word, like at first you type in just 2 words, like this morning, and it will select the next word based on the frequency and statistical pattern of the first word that you send. Like, let's say if you just type this morning, and it will suggest the next word. And if I just blindly press the first word without caring about the meaning or anything, I will just get something that sounds maybe like makes sense, or maybe it doesn't make sense, but it doesn't make perfect sense. But if I pay attention to the next word on what is the most likely word that would follow the previous word, right? If I do pay attention, this keyword, attention, then the resulting text will be a little bit better, right? This is not large language model. This is actually a very small, tiny language model that has existed for 10 or 20 years. The result is just okay, but not very good, because the limited data is not, it doesn't use large amount of data set. But for the language model, the data is much better. It is actually the whole internet. And the attention mechanism is what makes it possible. So let's talk about attention. The attention mechanism works by considering each word or each part of the word as, or we call a token, right? As a piece of a jigsaw. When you play with the jigsaw and you place the new piece of jigsaw on the table, you will likely pay attention to other pieces, how they fit together, what is the most likely piece that would follow this piece, right? And that's exactly how it works. Paying attention to which word are important, which word typically follow others, and which word are usually positioned together in a sentence. So in a large language model, every word pays attention to every other word, right? So the more words you give to your question, the more likely it will suggest the right answer after you finish your question. So every word just pays attention to all, and this mechanism makes it possible for another invention during the past 5 years or so. It's called transformer. This was a paper proposed by Google researcher that they call it a transformer, but it's easier to think about it as a translator. On the left-hand side here, you have a French word. You have a list of French words, right? On the top side, it's a list of English words. And each word, this matrix is like showing the attention that each word gives to each other. So the transformer utilizes attention to transform the text from one language to another language. But it doesn't just translate the language. It can also transform the text from the same language to the same language, written in different ways, such as being more formal, or being more playful, or being more funny. So it can also finish an incomplete sentence by looking at the words before them and predicting the next word by using the transformer. So this T from transformer makes it possible to build something called ChatGPT, which is just one example of many of the large language model that we will try today. And when and for the whole day today, if I talk about ChatGPT, please remember that I don't just mean ChatGPT per se. I mean all the large language models. It could be Claude, it could be Gemini, it could be DeepSeek, it could be ChatGPT, right? But the ChatGPT is what make large language model mainstream. It's gone viral, and like 100 million people use it in just the first month or so. The G come from generative, making the new content. The P is from pre-trained. It's already trained on a large amount of data, and that's where almost all of its wisdom come from the large data that was trained on, which they supposedly just train on the data available on the whole internet, and then some. And then some. What do I mean? And then some. It means that they also probably have looked into copyright data, which is not quite on the internet. It's behind paywall. It's behind the scanned books, which are copyright. They probably look at that as well, or the YouTube videos, and which actually has term and condition that you cannot use the data to train AI. But I think they probably train them anyway because they can access them, or anything they can get their hands on, like news article from New York Times, Wall Street journals. Sometimes they pay the publisher for the content. Sometimes they just don't pay, and there are lawsuits, and there are like legal loopholes, and there will be like some controversy about that. So that's about the pre-train. And T is from transformer, the mechanism that we just talked about earlier. So a little bit about OpenAI, which is, I think, the most important company in this area. It is currently one of the most advanced, but in the future, it may not be. It depends on the competition. But undisputedly, back in 2022, it was what the key player in the generative AI area. This guy, Sam Altman, is the CEO. He makes OpenAI, he makes ChatGPT possible because he found a way to partner with the giant like Microsoft. On the right-hand side is Satya Nadella, the CEO of Microsoft. At first, OpenAI was a non-profit focused on building advanced AI. But then they found that they need a lot of money from investors. So they transformed the organization into part of it is non-profit, and another part of it is for profit. But it's a cap for profit. That means that the profit is capped at certain percentage. If it has a more profit than that, it has to give everything to the non-profit entity. And it's very confusing. But they got exclusive partner to invest tens of billions of dollars, which is Microsoft. And that makes them being able to expand into data center. And all this computing power is necessary to build ChatGPT because of the large amount of data. So let's see. ChatGPT has a lot of competitors. One of the major competitor is Google, right? You may have heard back like 10 years ago, about 9 years ago, 2016, there was a tournament, a Go tournament, right? Lee Sedol from South Korea, which is the world champion, human world champion at the time, play with DeepMind, AlphaGo from DeepMind, which is now a company under Google. So Lee Sedol lost to AlphaGo, and that's like the turning point where the whole world looks at this technology called deep learning and machine, which is a form of machine learning, and see its potential. And that part of DeepMind becomes part of Google, and they built a tool called BART AI, which is now called Gemini, Google Gemini. And right now, ChatGPT has many competitors and alternatives. I'm just going to list some of them here. For example, Copilot. Actually, this one is not a competitor. It is actually inside it is ChatGPT, right? It's from Microsoft. Microsoft invests a lot of money in it. And so you can use ChatGPT practically for free by using Copilot. It's the same technology, but it's got some limits. Like the conversation length is about 15 or something. They change it from time to time, but it's a nice thing to have. And Gemini from Google, which gets better and better every day, right? Sometimes it's better than ChatGPT, sometimes it's not better. And this is from Google. And you can use it for free or pay for the advanced version. And for today, I just apply for the paid version, but I didn't pay because it's 1 month free, right? So if you cancel before the 1 month, which many people forget to cancel. If you cancel before the 1 month, you don't have to pay anything, right? And another major company is called Claude. I have to say that this one, I don't have much experience with it, but it is actually potentially some of the tasks much better than ChatGPT from what I heard from my colleagues. So this is on my next on my list on what to try next, and you should definitely try it. But don't worry, many of the techniques that we learned today will apply to Claude as well because it's the same family of tools. Claude was founded by this guy, Mr. Amodai. He used to be vice president of research at OpenAI. So there are a lot of OpenAI employees who went to this company and made it possible. And another player is from China, our neighbors up north. Our neighbors up north, DeepSeek. So this man here, he is about 2 years younger, about 3 or 4 years younger than me. He's the CEO, Liang Wenfeng, right? So he just met with the chairman. So DeepSeek is a breakthrough in terms of the training cost is much lower than ChatGPT, and the technology behind it has a lot of optimization that would make other tools, if they adopt these techniques in the future, they will make other tools more affordable to more people. And DeepSeek is currently free to use on the web, and you can pay to use it with API too, but general people would just use it on the web for free, right? But it's got a lot of potential, but also since it is not quite commercial yet, sometimes you experience server busy and you cannot use it. So I still have to use ChatGPT. I have been paying for ChatGPT for about a year and a half, and it's worth my money. So there are other tools as well. So how does ChatGPT work? Let's see the English version. Okay, so I'm just gonna talk in overview, not going into details, but I think this is important for you to understand a little bit. So at first, the GPT, the generative pre-trained transformer that we talk about, is just a tool to just fill in the blank or complete the sentence. It's not exactly a tool to answer your question. So if you ask it a question like, how are you? It will not answer like, I'm fine, thank you. It will complete that sentence. It will say, how are you doing today? This is a nice day, or something like that, right? It's just an autocomplete system. But from that system, they train it to answer questions. For example, they hire a lot of humans, like maybe 1,000 human beings, like to write good question, like explain the moon landing to 6 years old, right? And then a human being answer the question, like just type out the answer as example for the AI to learn about it. And then that AI just learn the answer and learn to mimic the behavior of the human. So now, after this process on the left column, GPT, once they see a question, they will not complete the sentence. They will just answer the question. But the answer may not be perfect. And this is important nature of large language model, which is that when you ask it a question, it will not just answer in one way. It can answer 10 different ways. It is probabilistic. You ask the same question 10 times. You may get 10 slightly different or widely different answers. So they ask ChatGPT in this version a question, and it will generate 4 answers. And a human being will rank the 4 answers A, B, C, D according to the preference. Like D is better than C, better than A and B are equally bad, something like that. So this teach the AI to understand what kind of answer the human beings prefer. And that create another neural network called reward model. Like it can give reward to itself. It can give, think about it as being their own grader. They can give grades to their answer by themselves. So the third step is very nice because they use two neural network to train the AI. One network is just the ChatGPT, right? They see the question or the prompt, and it will use a policy to answer the question, whether to answer a long answer, in a short answer, in a very formal way, in a very friendly way, or in a poetic way, something like that. So it will answer the question, and then another neural network called the reward model will grade that answer, and then it will give the score back to the policy model to update the policy on how to answer the question which will get the best score possible. So this AI will improve upon itself over time. And when I say over time, I don't just mean 100 times. I mean million times, 10 of million or 100 of millions of times. This one is self-improvement called reinforcement learning with human feedback. This process is what make it possible to train the AI to answer all of your questions. So now we're gonna see some example usage for text generation. Okay, who knows this song? Okay, I know a lot of you are Thai, so you probably know this song already, but we have a few international audience as well. So don't worry, we will translate them for you, right? So, but at first, let's dance. Can only faint. Oh, okay. The song stops, right? So this is น่ารักไหมไม่รู้ by the Butter Bear. So we know this song, but what if we want to translate it to English, right? We can just use this prompt translate to English and then just type the lyric or copy it from the web, right? And this one will get the result. And if you just use ChatGPT like this, you don't need to come to a course. You don't need to attend my course or anybody course. Everybody can use it. Even like undergrad students can use it, right? And it will translate it for you. I don't know if I'm cute, but I'm waiting for your love. Okay, that's a pretty good translation. But I want you to know that from now on, when you use ChatGPT to translate something, you don't just do this. because that's basic, right? We all know that when we translate something, that there is a direct translation and there is also a smooth translation. So we'll order ChatGPT to translate to English in two different ways, direct and smooth, or in Thai, like แปลตรงตัว and แปลสละสลวย direct and smooth translation. And we get the result like this. If it's direct, not sure if I'm cute, but you know I'm waiting for your love. That's pretty direct, right? But if you want a smooth translation, it will become, I may not know if I'm cute, but I hope you know that I'm waiting for your love. I care for you tirelessly, hoping for love not to be pushed away. Now sing that song in English. Okay. So we can ask for two different translation, but why stop at two? Why don't we get like 5 translation, 10 translation, right? And then we can pick the best one that suits our need. So we can ask translate 5 ways in table format. Notice that we didn't even specify which way of the 5 ways. It just say 5 ways. I don't know. Just do it for me. And it will just translate in like literal meaning, natural meaning, poetic, formal, and romantic. And of course, you can specify more if you want. Let's see the poetic one. Am I cute? I cannot say, but I'm here waiting for you, for your love every day. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty poetic, right? So, first lesson you learn today is to always ask for more than one answer from ChatGPT, right? Or you can ask it for a romantic translation. So next, it's not just a translation. You can ask it to fix your grammar and rewriting so that you learn more about the language. I'm using English here as an example, even though we are all good at English already. But because I was gonna try German, but then I don't know German, right? You can use this for any language, but let's say we are Thai and our English is not very good, okay? And we want to write something. And the situation is that like a month or two ago, there was a flood in Chiang Mai, right? A lot of water. And we want to write an email to our friend, right? But we want to write an email in a Thai way. Let's say we are not, let's pretend that we are not good at English. And so we write that like this. Water high in my house น้ำขึ้นสูงมาก Rain yesterday a lot of grammar mistake here. So to see if ChatGPT can help us, right? Furniture get wet everything. Furniture เปียกหมดเลย Cleaning difficult many ทำความสะอาดยากมากๆ Ask give help to me. Do you? Can you help me? Or ขอให้ช่วยฉันหน่อยได้ไหม Like let's say we have broken English like this, and we don't want it to just rewrite it. We want ChatGPT to teach us act as our English teacher. So we use this prompt. Check the language. Strike through the incorrect text. Rewrite the correction in bold and provide a short explanation, 2 to 3 words in italics with brackets. Make the correction directly in the original text without writing them separately outside. You probably want this prompt, so I'm going to give it to you in the chat, although you can copy it from my slide as well. So what's the result? We get a result like this, which is pretty much similar to like an English teacher would grade your paper and give you good feedback, not just give you score, right? Water rose in my house, and then it tells how is it correct, incorrect word choice. High is an adjective, while rose is the correct verb to describe water level rising. So let's see, cleaning difficult many is changed to cleaning is very difficult, right? So this one give a very good feedback to you so that you can learn from it. And actually, since we are like PhD students, we probably teach English to small kids too. And you can use this technique to help the kids learn about their grammar mistakes as well. Or like this is a prompt in Thai, so that the explanation will be partially in Thai as well. But that format was good on paper, but it's difficult to read. So let's ask for the grammar check in table format. And let's see if the table format will help us understand it better. Please check the language for each mistake, provide an explanation and correct it. Table format, number the rows. Remember this this prompt, table format, number the rows. I want you to like use this prompt later, part of this prompt later on in other problem as well, because it's very useful to ask for something in a table format, which the result will be, oh, okay, we want to try it first. So let's try that. Why don't we just try it, right? Let me just, ChatGPT here. You see the ChatGPT output here? So it highlights each mistake line by pretty much sentence by sentence, line by line, and it tells you explain how this one has a problem and the correction. Rain yesterday a lot. The word order is incorrect. A lot should come after rain, right? So it should be changed to it rained a lot yesterday. Imagine when you learn, when you first learn another language. Like for me, the second language is English, right? For you, it's the second language might be different, right? And if you get a good teacher, he or she will probably give you feedback like this, right? But if you have a bad teacher, sometimes in your life, or just an okay teacher, she will just tell you that, very bad, why are you writing like this, and slap you or something, right? So without giving you a detailed feedback on what you did wrong. But right now, consider ChatGPT output here. This is a miracle that everybody has access to, even for free. Even a free version can do something like this. And if you want to try something else like DeepSeek, I haven't tried it. Let's see. Oh, this is a slow mode. Let's see the fast one, DeepSeek. Pretty much the same thing, right? Yeah. So right now, the world we live in is pretty amazing because we all have access to a good tutor, and as you will learn later on that ChatGPT or any other AI make a lot of mistakes, right? But one thing that it doesn't make too many mistakes is for language. It's very good at language, especially English or any Western language, because it's got a lot of training data. So that one you can pretty much trust it more than other domains. If you ask it about science, about social science, humanity, then you have to be careful, right? But for language, it's what it's good at, right? The most. So that's output similar to what we got, right? So now, what if we don't just want to learn it? We want it to rewrite the sentences for us. So we ask it to rewrite it 5 ways: funny, formal, and then ... What does it mean? it means, I don't know, just come up with 5 ways to write it, right? So it's got this แบบตลก like humorous, formal, casual, poetic. I love the casual way because it makes when I write email to someone, especially in English, I usually write it very formally because that's what our Thai, even though I study in the US, right? I learn English in Thai school, so we learn it to structure the grammar very formally. But it sounds very stiff. It sounds very unfriendly to like American people, right? But if it rewrites it as a casual way, man, it rained so much yesterday that my house is practically underwater now. All the furniture is soaked, and the cleaning it up is a total nightmare. Think you can come help me out? That's much friendlier, right? And it's very good, and you can like do a whiny one too, like, oh, why did it have to rain so much yesterday? That's probably too dramatic, right? So you can choose it. So the first lesson you learn, right? Ask it for more than one answer, and then we can choose, right? So now we have seen some prompts, right? And let's see, you probably have heard about prompt engineering, right? And I'm not gonna say this is prompt engineering because engineering, when I speak about engineering, I think about highway and bridges, which is a very sophisticated practice, a lot of calculation, a lot of a process. But prompt is just something, should be something easy that you can just type it out, right? So I'm just gonna say some good techniques for prompt. So we should learn about good prompt and bad prompt. What are some good prompts? The good prompt is clear. The good prompt has context and specify role that you want the AI to act as an expert or to act as a 5 years old so that it explains to you in simple language, right? The good prompt should specify the format of the output, whether you want it in table, in a bullet list, in an ordered list, like 1, 2, 3, right? Or in short paragraph. It should give examples of the output if possible. A good prompt does not need perfect grammar. as you probably noticed, I make a lot of grammar mistakes, and that's okay in this age because ChatGPT is good about language. They understand us anyway, right? And you can actually use Thai and English interchangeably, like mix in the same prompt, like พูดไทยคำอังกฤษคำ like changing between the two. It doesn't matter. Whatever language you're most comfortable with is good for it. And a very good technique is to ask it to think step by step, or you separate your big project into separate little steps, right? If you want to plan a trip to somewhere, you should not ask it to just plan the trip for me. You should break it down. Like maybe planning a trip includes looking at exploring the attractions, exploring the transportation, exploring your schedule, and consider the cost. So each of these can be separate prompts, and you get different answer from it. And then finally, you can ask it to, based on the information that you have talked about, plan a 2-day trip for me in the final question, and that will give you a better result. So what are some bad prompts? The bad prompt is ambiguous. It has leading questions. What is a leading question? Such as, is my writing good? Am I fat in this dress? Right? So it wants to please you. So it will say, your writing is very good. It will say, you are not fat. You look good, right? As we all know, we have to answer something like that. and so instead of asking, is my writing good? You should ask, please fix my mistakes. Please fix my grammar. That's not a leading question. That's better. Sometimes you don't get the answer you want, and you just say bad AI or any insult it in any bad words, right? So don't do that. Not that it will be, yeah, it will hurt their feeling. There's no feeling behind it, right? But it would just be a waste of computing resources. Sometimes when you use it for free, they allow you to use like 20 prompts per hour or something like that, and you just say bad answer without explaining why it's bad. You waste another prompt, right? And you waste computing resources. So a bad prompt sometimes exceeds current capability. So you should get a feeling on what it can do or what it cannot do, and ask about what it's good at. And a very bad prompt is the one that is illegal or unethical. Like you may like ask it to give me a way to make a bomb, or give me a way to hurt someone without them knowing, something like that. It's a bad and illegal thing to ask. And if you ask something like that, it goes into your history, and they may ban you for it. And it is bad for your reputation. And if you use a school account, it can even affect your history, right? So what I would say is that prompting is like a trial and error. You may want to try different things. Feel free to try the bad prompts, except for the illegal and unethical prompts, right? For example, like for the image generator, sometimes little kids will ask it to generate some very adult image, right? So that's a bad prompt. That's a bad thing, because it goes into the record too, that you type that prompt. So apart from that illegal and unethical stuff, I encourage you to try all kind of prompts. So some of you may be wondering, what is the picture on the right hand side? Is it related to prompt? That's just prompting. Okay. As we Thai people say, the air condition is very loud. เสียงแอร์ดังมาก Okay, so now let's get into a little bit of techniques for prompting. One of them is called few shot prompting. What does few shot mean? Few shot means you give it a few examples, not 10 examples, not 100 examples. Few means just 2 or 3 examples, right? This one, it just give you a zero shot prompt, right? Translate English to French, cheese, and then this is a prompt called zero shot. It doesn't give any example, so the result is not very good. So next one is one shot. It asks it to translate from English to French, but then it gives some example here, right? So the result will be in a better format. Like it will know that you want a short answer, something like that. But if you give it a few shots, like 2 or 3 examples, the result will be even better, right? So this is the that kind of examples I don't quite understand, because it's like I don't understand French. So let's see what we can do with this prompt: wallet, cash, mom, dad, happy, sad, and then subtract. Okay, type your answer in the chat box and see if it agree with AI. So we're gonna try it right now. What is it? Wallet, cash. Okay, we've got some answer. Keep it coming. Mom, dad, happy, sad, and then subtract. This is few shot prompting. Give it some examples without even writing out a question. So the answer is add. โอเคขอบคุณครับอาจารย์ขอบคุณครับคุณเปี่ยมศักดิ์ครับ So Uh, so let me give another example for Thai audience. Apology for international audience. อย่างสีเหลือง What is it? Yellow. มะม่วง Mango. เต้า Any guess? อังโล Okay, it's a stove, which is not funny, but correct, right? It's not funny, but it's correct. So that's few shot prompting, and that kind of prompting techniques give rise to a paper that explore the technique called chain of thought prompting. There's a lot of text here. You don't have to read it. I'll just summarize it for you. The standard prompting in the past, they found that ChatGPT was very bad at math. It did math wrong, like if it's a lot of text in the math, right? But it gives the wrong answer. But if you give it a few shot or just one shot prompting, if we just show the work or แสดงวิธีทำ just once, like just try to format problem. Let's not think about it, but just type it out, like why we need to add this to this, why we need to subtract this from that, and from another example, and then we ask the original question. It will just do the work as well, mimicking us, right? It will just แสดงวิธีทำ or do the work, explain the work, and it will arrive at the correct answer more frequently. This is called chain of thought, like asking it to think step by step. So somewhere along the line, some smart people just think about another way to prompt it. Instead of showing the work for it, which is a lot of typing, we just type, let's think step by step. This magic word makes ChatGPT answer math questions more correctly, more often. And so right now, chain of thought is built into ChatGPT for math problems. If you ask it a mathematical problems, you will see that the output is not just the answer, but it will give the chain of thought until it arrives at the correct answer. But for other kinds of questions like social or about art or about anything that's not math, it doesn't have the chain of thought built in. So when you ask it to think step by step, it's still very useful. On the right hand side, it's a little technical explanation on why this is good. This is called autoregressive techniques. This is the technique that the large language model used to produce your output, which is that the large language model will look at the previous few words and predict the next word. Then the new word will become input for predicting the next word. For example, if we give the word gold and the next word is teeth, gold teeth becomes the input, and then it will, from gold teeth, it will predict the next word. What's the next word? Gold teeth sitting on the dash, she a rock star. Make your favorite singer wanna rap, baby la la. Lisa? Anybody is a Lisa fan? So it's a Lisa song, right? So, or under the Paris twilight, kiss me, right? So the next word becomes the input to predict the next word after that. And how many words does it look before predicting the next word? It's not just 2 or 3 words, but it's actually 1,000 words, like 8,000 words for ChatGPT. Or in the latest version, it's 100,000 words, like แสนคำ. Or in case of Gemini from Google, it's a million words. It will look back a million words before it to predict the next word. The bigger the context window, the smarter the AI gets. And let me demonstrate this by giving you an example. If I ask you to predict the next word, given this word, what could be the next word? It could be anything, right? The dog, the cat, the weather, the day, anything, right? It's hard to know. But if you get context window of two words, you get at the. Oh, so this has to be a place, right? So maybe at the police station, at the hospital, at the school. But what if we expand the context window to be like 10 words or something? Sleep tomorrow, but tonight go crazy. All you got to do is to meet me at the. Okay, type it out in the chat. Patir, right? So we know the next word. If we know a lot of previous words. It's the same thing for the AI. If you give it a lot of words about the problem you are asking, it will be more likely to predict the right result, right? So this is a chain of thought technique. So I just mentioned prompt engineering, but I want to say again, it's actually not a set formula. It's just some example. So the prompting techniques of the formula that we want to use, for example, is RTF. You can remember it's ready to fly, right? R mean role, task, and format. บทบาทภารกิจ and และก็รูปแบบคำตอบ you give it a role, act as a 5 years old, or explain to a 5 years old the concept of Newton's law of motion in a bullet point format to at most 10 lines, something like that. Or another prompt technique is called RICE, RICE. What is it? Role บทบาท instruction คำสั่ง context บริบท or รายละเอียด or details and example ตัวอย่าง if you give it just tell it a role and then give the instruction and give some context or detail of the instruction and give some examples like few short example you get much better result and these are just some prompt technique that I just come up and tell you and I have used it all the time. But if you look online, like with search online with the word prompt engineering or something like that, you will get a bunch of formula. But I want to say that it's not a set and proven formula and don't take them too seriously because I saw some people like just try to remember all these 10 formulas and it doesn't matter. It's just a language model. You ask it any question, it will answer you. But if you just keep one or two in your mind and ask them, it will give a good answer. For example, like this one, care, give the context, describe the action, clarify the result, and give example, right? Or this one, what is it? Focus, frame, outline, conduct, understand, and summarize. And you see a lot of this on LinkedIn or on Twitter. I want to say that a lot of it was written by ChatGPT. Believe it or not, it's not just something that was proven in the academic paper or in any industry. It's just something they give examples so that people just download to read. Don't take it too seriously, but some of them do. Some of them are actually useful. So just stick with some simple ones and you'll be better. You get better results from AI. So that's part about generative AI and prompting. We'll go to the next part, which is text analysis. This one is pretty fun. So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna analyze some news article. We're gonna look at some literature like Shakespeare and see if AI can help us understand the structure of it. And we'll look at the techniques for automated summary for other tasks. Like let's say if we want to learn some new things from Wikipedia or from YouTube, a YouTube video, whether ChatGPT can help us understand it, right? So let's look at the first thing, news analysis. Let's say if I look at a Wall Street article, Wall Street Journal article, this one, let me just copy this link to you, but it's behind a paywall, I think. But maybe university has a subscription. But just as an example, it's an article about the submarine, private submarine by rich people. They use the submarine to explore the remains of the Titanic or something like that, undersea treasure. You probably heard some news like a couple years ago that one of them like imploded or exploded under the ocean and killed all 6 people. But there are a lot of people who still want to go on a better, more safer submarine, right? This is what the article is about. So let's see if the AI can summarize it for us. Oops. Just a sec. Okay. So if I don't think too much about anything, I will just give this basic prompt, very basic prompt. Read this article, summarize in 5 sentences. Why do I say 5 sentences? Because if I don't say this, it will be a couple pages. It will say a lot. น้องชอบพูด like it likes to say a lot. But if I say 5 sentences, you get much more than 5 sentences here, right? It still talks a lot, too much. But most people will probably use ChatGPT just like this, and it's okay for them. But I want you to go deeper. Specify some format, like give bullet points in aspects and category, like categorize the article, the long article into different aspects, like impact of Ocean Gate implosion, industry response, market effect, and wealthy investors, for example. And for each one, give some little bullet points about that, so that it's much easier to read, right? And after this prompt, I have to say shorter or more concise to make sure that the bullet points are shorter. And can you see something like this? This is a very low effort using ChatGPT, but it gives you a result that is very useful, because once you read that article 1 month from now, you will not remember any of it, right? But if you have this bullet points in your hand, right, it much easier to refer back to the original article. But I want to ask, can we go even a little deeper than this? When we talk about analyzing some story, we usually talk about analyzing the character or the party in the story, the people, right? So I want to ask it. Ask it for the table of parties. Parties means just people or companies and their relevant information. So by asking it like this, you get some useful result that will act as a study aid, even if you want to read the article yourself. It will remind you on the important points, And you can use the table with all kinds of data. This is just another example, right? You see the OceanGate, the role is to build the Titan submersible. You see the person like Patrick Leahy, he's a co-founder and CEO of Triton Submarine, different companies. Ray Dalio, he's a financier and submarine enthusiast, investor in Triton. Like you see 7 people, right? But remember that ChatGPT can be lazy. What does it mean? Being lazy means that I have read the whole article myself with my eyes, not with AI, right? And I know that there are more than 7 people in this article. So I asked, have you included everyone? And when it answers, it gives 4 more people. So remember, when you use ChatGPT to summarize something, it doesn't do all the work for you. It is actually pretty lazy. If you don't ask follow-up question, you are missing out on some information because it wants to save some CPU time, right? So feel free, be sure to ask, is it complete? Have you included everyone? And it will give you more answer. And to go even deeper, we can analyze the motive or motivation of each character. So I asked this question. What are the motives of the explorers? Table format. Give examples. Let's see. See, we can specify which column we want in our table. And then we ask, is it complete? It gives a lot more people, but I just cropped the first 6 one for you. Like Ray Dalio, the motivation is scientific discovery. For Victor, the motivation is pushing technological limit. For Patrick Leahy, he want to ensure submersible safety and innovation. So from this question about motivation, we can see their intention, not just superficial actions. We can see the connection between characters. And next, after we go deep, we have to go why. Like we ask for the context of this article. People mentioned in the article have done other notable things. What are they? Table format. And we get that Ray Dalio is a founder of Bridgewater, one of the world's largest hedge funds. Oh, he's a financier, right? James Cameron. Oh, this one, I think I have heard him before. Oh my God, he's the director for Titanic, Avatar, and he's the first to solo dive into Challenger Deep, like some part of the ocean, right? So we see the context of each person, right? So let's see what am I doing here? This is just a news article, but you can use this for research articles as well, for literature review as well, because we are not nudging, like pushing ChatGPT to think about multiple aspects, motivation, context, right? And other roles, past accomplishments of each character, one at a time. This is a preparation for the final summary. This technique is called chain of thought. It's an indirect chain of thought, which means that instead of telling it to think step by step, we design the step for them to think in small questions. And then finally, we will ask it to make a summary of all characters, an overview of all characters, be brief, bundle them together by theme, not individually, right? So this is just an example. And the final summary will look like this. Summary of characters. Explorers include Ray Dalio, James Cameron. The industry leader include Patrick Leahy, Guillermo, and Rob McCollum. And the specialized explorer include Nagolet, right? So this is the summary. And if you try asking for the summary before you ask all those previous questions, you will get a much different quality of the summary because it hasn't thought about all this context, all this motivation behind each character the way you have done, right? You see, ChatGPT can do a lot of amazing things, but you yourself as a researcher can give it direction to do more complete research. And from this final summary, I have made a song from it. Actually, I asked ChatGPT to make a song from it, so let's hear it.
Deep sea dreamers taking the dive, exploring the ocean, feeling alive. In submarines they venture below, where mysteries hide and the currents flow. Adventure is bold in the ocean deep, laughing and exploring secrets they keep. From Titanic wreck to the unknown blue, they dive with joy, it's what they do.
I really love this part of the lyric. They dive with joy is what they do. Right? So that's pretty amazing. This is probably not useful for your research, but it's very useful for you to get like a feeling for the article you're passionate about, or you can compose a song for your research project or something like that. Think about the presentation. How great would it be if you can sing during the presentation, right? But I cannot sing, so I asked AI to sing it for me. So that's part of the news analysis, right? So next stuff, next part, let's look at some literature like Shakespeare. I'm not sure if any of you have read Shakespeare. I was forced to read a couple of them, like Romeo and Juliet and maybe Hamlet in high school, and it was pretty difficult for me because it's not just English, it's an old English by Shakespeare, right? But it's they are very good stories, and there are many more stories by Shakespeare which I have never read, but I have heard about it from people telling me about it, or watching cartoons about it, or something like that. So I want to dive deeper, right? So first step, what do? We find the source, right? We go to this project Gutenberg. Let me just give you the link here, right? This got the full text of of Shakespeare work. This is like everything this guy has written in his life that like we have found, right? It's not copyright. Anybody can use it. Oh my God, that's a lot of work. How can we read it all, right? And we can download that file and upload that file to ChatGPT. And then from this document, which work is the most similar to the tragedy of Romeo and Juliet? We can ask this question. But I actually lied to you. We didn't need to do that. Because why? Because for Shakespeare, ChatGPT has already read all of it in training, right? So you don't need to upload the Shakespeare work again. You can do it, but you don't have to do it. You can just go ahead and ask the question. So let's see what it answers me. Which Shakespeare work is most similar to Romeo and Juliet? And we get Antony and Cleopatra. I haven't read that work. Is it true that it's similar to Romeo and Juliet? If you have read it, I want to hear your opinion. Maybe just type in the meeting chat. And I asked which one is the most different from Romeo and Juliet, right? The most different is likely The Tempest. The Tempest, I haven't read it, but I have kind of like watched a cartoon about it. Like it's a very joyful story, funny story, joyful story. It's pretty nice, and it's different from Romeo and Juliet, which was like a tragedy, a love romantic tragedy, right? So it's a sad story, happy story. So I mean, Tempest, there was some sad part, but in the end, it was good ending, right? So I want to ask to analyze the similarity or difference of Romeo and Juliet, Antony and Cleopatra, and The Tempest, these three literature. table format. And this time I tried DeepSeek to show you that any of these tools can do the job, right? And it does a pretty good job. The genre is tragedy for Romeo and Antony and Cleopatra, but it's a romance, tragic comedy with element of fantasy for the Tempest. And the tone for Romeo and Juliet is romantic. The tone for Tempest is magical redemption. That's pretty good. It's about love. It analyzes it in many aspects. The ending for Romeo is tragic. For Antony and Cleopatra is tragic as well. But for the Tempest is restorative, forgiveness, and harmony. That's pretty good. It's about forgiveness. Right? That makes me think about another good Thai literature about forgiveness. Let's see if you think the same, right? But first of all, the setting is at a remote magical island too. That's pretty good, right? So I want to ask, which work by Sunthanpoo is the most similar to Shakespeare's? List 3 answers in the table. You see my techniques? I specify the format at the end always. I love table format, right? So it lists พระอภัยมณีขุนช้างขุนแผน similar to Romeo and Juliet, and นิราศภูเขาทอง similar to sonnet and love poetry. I actually think this one might be right. For the นิราศภูเขาทอง I'm not sure because I haven't read sonnet and love poetry. But for พระอภัยมณี and the Tempest, I think it has got some potential here. But when you ask about like Sunthanpoo or any Thai literature or any like, how to say it, it's not Western literature like Thai literature, Indonesian literature, like any countries that's apart from the Western countries. They don't have that many that much data to train the AI. So maybe it's possible that it knows about Sunthanpoo a little bit, but it hasn't read the whole complete work by Sunthanpoo, just like it has read Shakespeare. So be aware that ChatGPT may hallucinate or may know only at superficial level. It may not know deep down too much, right? This is a difference between like data sources. And I want to ask it to compare to other things. Compare and contrast พระอภัยมณี with Romeo and Juliet and with the Tempest. Use table format. And I ask which one is the most similar to พระอภัยมณี. So it gives me a table with 4 columns like พระอภัยมณี Romeo and the Tempest, right? And it analyzes different aspects of it. And then it gives final answer. Which work is more similar to พระอภัยมณี right? พระอภัย it means his name means to forgive, right? The prince of forgiveness, right? That's a pretty good name. So it answered that the most similar is the Tempest. Most involve magic. Yeah, right. Supernatural element. Both feature wise protagonists using knowledge and mystical abilities. And both have a mix of adventure, romance, and moral lesson. Wow, that's pretty good. So next week, we're gonna go from the Tempest to พระอภัยมณี a little bit. So I asked AI to draw พระอภัยมณี for me, and somehow it comes out similar to พระอภัยมณี คุกิมิยะ. I don't know why he looks like Nadet. But it's not in my prompt. But anyway, we're gonna analyze พระอภัยมณี and we will be mindful that ChatGPT may hallucinate about Thai literature, right? So this time we have to go find the sources. And luckily, there's a library called หอสมุดวชิรยาน library, which, wow, ads, very bad ads. How do I get rid of it? Anyway, I'll give you the link in case you're curious. So we go into that website when it works, and it's gonna give the chapters in Prapaimani, right? We're gonna go to the final chapter, about the mermaid becomes a human being by cutting the tail. The mermaid will become a human being, and she will gain a royal title or something like that, and she will be reunited with her son Sutsakon, right? So I copy a specific section that I liked. This one is about Sutsakon the kid. He's a kid by between Prapaimani and the mermaid, right? And this one, he was told by a sage, Risi, that his mom will become a human, and you can go and live with her now. Before that, they live separately. But Sutsakon is concerned about the journey that's very rough seas and very dangerous. So the sage is trying to calm down the kid and tell that it will be safe. I'll go with you, right? Something like that. สุสาครดีใจแดงได้ลาบบังคงกราบบาทบงองค์ฤาษีทางก็ไกลไปลำบากยากเต็มทีพระมุนี this means the sage เธอจึงว่าอย่าปรารภ don't worry kids, something like that. So this is I want it to explain this part, right? So I can this is I can ask it to explain in Thai too, right? But this time let's see the English version. So it explained the poem so that we understand pretty well. But then I wanted to go further, so I asked it to turn it into a poem, and then I asked it to make it simpler. This is the workflow of the prompts that I use. I wanted to put the translation side by side with the original text, table format, so it looks like this. And furthermore, I asked it to turn it into emojis too. This is pretty fun. You can try it, right? สุดสาครดีใจดั่งได้ลาบสุดสาคร was happy like finding gold. So this is the emoji, happy face, wink wink, and then money, right? So เร่งจัดแจงแต่งลำกำปั้นใหญ่ prepare big ship, gather the surprise fast. So this is a emoji of ship and box, and fast means running, right? So that's pretty good. So I don't want to stop there. I want it to compose a rap song lyric, a rap song like hip hop. So I want it to use street language, which means a little bit of profanity or something like that, but it doesn't quite give any profanity, which is good. So we can present it here. Susakon's hype, like he struck gold, show mad respect, bow to the O. The road's real rough, he knew the deal. The hermit said, chill, we make it for real. That's pretty good. That's pretty good song for Sunthorn Poo. I wish he was alive today to hear his poem in hip hop style, right? And he may be very delighted, or he may cry. I don't know, but this is pretty good for Thai literature. And have you noticed something? ChatGPT, even though it's good at language, it's not always perfect. The original text here says ทางก็ไกลไปลำบากยากเต็มที It translates as the road is real rough. The road, right? ทาง which is correct, is the ทาง, the road. But from the context of this story, it's not the road, it's actually the ocean. So probably when we want to use it, we should have changed this part to the ocean's real rough or the sea's real rough. He knew the deal, something like that. So this is this emphasizes the importance of reviewing all the output from AI so that we know that it correctly reflects what we want to convey, right? So let's actually hear the song a little bit before we take a break, right?
สุสะโคนใช้มาที่ struggle show mad respect bow to the oath the rain's real rough we do the deal the hermit said chill we'll make it for real get a big ship stack it up don't slack I'm rolling with you we got each other's back I'll keep us safe our ship won't sink don't stress kid we got this no need to blink
we got this no need to blink so imagine if we can teach little kids about Prapamani in this way along with the original Thai poem it will be much more fun the kids will not sleep in class from now on right so furthermore we can ask it to summarize any part of the literature and I just copy paste the first part of the last chapter and it tells me that it describes Suwannatat the golden mermaid right Suwannatat is like the female protagonist the นางเอกนางเงือก the mermaid she will have to practice all these Buddhist precepts so that she will undergo a ceremony or ritual to cut her mermaid's tail and she will grow some legs and walk on land like human being permanently. So that's a good finale to the Little Mermaid story here, right? So it summarized this for us, and then I asked it to write a short rap song with lyric, right? So it's got Suwannatat mermaid in pain, meditates hard, breaking the chain. Intra Pa'in saw her. Came down from the sky, cut off the tail, made her human fly. That's pretty good. So I can also ask it to write a gone bad like in Thai. So the Thai part, the Thai poem, in this version from about July 2014, July last year, is not perfect yet, but it's getting better. And if we try this today, it will be even better. And I'm sure by the end of this year, the Thai language ability in ChatGPT will be pretty much on par, like 80% of the English ability. So with this, we gonna take a short break, maybe a 10-minute break. Is that okay? And then we come back at 10:41 and we will finish this chapter about automated summary and I'll give you some good techniques too so that you can use later on for your work. Okay. See you at 10:41. The final part will be just similar to you can think about it as a summarizing the part that we have talked about, but I hope that I'll give you some more techniques as well on what to do with when you want to make a summary of something, right? Let's say we have looked at like literature and news articles. Those are pretty basic stuff, the stuff that you can read and understand it yourself. But let's say if you want to read a very long Wikipedia article like the permafrost like this, anyone know what it is? Let's look at the Wikipedia page and read it together. Oh my God, it's a lot. It's something about ice, about global warming, something like that. Wow, that's a lot of text here, right? So it's impossible to read it in like 5 minutes. So we asked ChatGPT for help a little bit. And we can use this technique for your research paper, or for the research paper that you have to read, for any books that you have to read as well. I can say, summarize this, and then if it is a public web like like Wikipedia, you can just paste the URL. Or if it is other things like you can just copy the whole page, like copy the whole text and paste it in ChatGPT, and then it will summarize it for you. But you can see the problem here. It gives you some technical terms, which maybe if you're not in the field, you don't fully understand. Carbon sink, biomass, exacerbate. Wow, that's fancy words, right? So how to make it easier to understand? I tell it to do simple English. This is very good when we teach like high school kids, right? When just ask for simple English, it will be a simpler language. Not just the vocab, but all the sentence structure are shorter, no complex sentence as well. So, but it still got some technical terms like permafrost holds a lot of carbon. Oh, that's pretty good actually. Instead of saying carbon sink, it says holds a lot of carbon. Now, I can use this prompt. Use layman terms. Layman means like any people, not like technical people. This prompt will make it so that it will use simpler language. Instead of saying global warming, it will say the gas that heat up the planet. You see, there's a difference, progressively easier to read, but also shorter too, and maybe it's too short. But in that case, you can say expand or tell me more about something, right? Let's look at another article about Newton's 3 laws of motion. We all have learned about this in grade 12, in early middle school, something like that. But if you're not in science, you maybe forgot about it, or I'm in computer science, I even forgot the details of it, right? So we look at the NASA website about the Newton's law of motion, and it's got this explanation. But I want to pretend to be a kid and try to make it as easy to understand as possible. I want to introduce you to this prompt, magic prompt, ELI5. ELI5, it stands for explain like I'm 5 years old. Explain like I'm 5 years old. So I say ELI5, Newton's law of motion in Thai. This is in Thai. Let's see the English version. It explains first law, second law, third law, right? It used a simple analogy like a wall of friction for the inertia. For the second law, it says big things need bigger push to move. It doesn't say mass, like the accelerated mass is proportional to the acceleration or proportional to the force or something like that. It says big things need bigger things to bigger force to push. And it says about like jumping off the boat moves backward. That's the reaction force, the third law of motion. So that's pretty good. And another magic prompt is called TLDR. You can write it together. You don't need the semicolon for it. TLDR stands for too long did not read. Too long did not read. When somebody sends you a long text, you say TLDR. Give me like two lines of a summary. Right? So it says very concise. 1. Object don't change motion unless a force acts on them. 2. Force equals mass times acceleration. 3. Every action has equal and opposite reaction. Wow, that's very short. It goes into my short notes, right? So TLDR and ELI5 are very useful. So now, what if what you want to understand is not an article, but a video like this? Let's look at it on YouTube. It's an
Now in the
18
U.S., international
18 minutes video of somebody interviewing
this professor would
Bill
very
Gates.
much come to bat for me over us, and because of this PEPFAR,
So this one can we do this? Can we just copy the URL, right? And then say summarize this and then paste the URL, the YouTube URL on it. Actually, you get this result. Bill Gates view on Donald Trump advance in AI and his journey in technology. That's from ChatGPT, and the right hand side is from DeepSeek. And it looks very good, but it's actually bad. You know why? Because they just read the title here. Bill Gates on Trump AI and the life of revolutionizing tech, right? So it just reads the title and expand it for us. It actually doesn't summarize what he's talk. So this is a very bad thing to do. So don't do this. Don't copy paste the URL, but instead do this. When you look at the YouTube video, and YouTube actually hides this functionality from us. You see the description here. It's not complete. You click on it, it expands. You go down below, and you will see this show transcript. You press this button here, and then you go to the top, and you see the transcript here. The transcript mean what they talk about, right? You can turn off the timestamp or turn on the timestamp. Let's turn it off, and then just copy the text here, and then we go to, let's try DeepSeek. I love DeepSeek because it's free. I say summarize this order list. Be concise. And then I just paste the whole thing. DeepSeek seems to be slow now, so let's try ChatGPT. Oh, it's got it. Talk about USAID, Bill Gates perspective, the memoir, his book, Autism. ChatGPT means, so it comes as bullet points here, right? So if you do this, you get much better result. And when you want to learn more about number 6, this is why I say order list. It 1, 2, 3 instead of bullet points, right? It has got some numbers. You say more on 6, more on number 6, and it will tell you about the Harvard incidents where Bill Gates got in trouble for letting his friend use the school's computer to work for IBM project that he gets paid, right? So he's got some story on that, and I can ask it to give me 10 keywords about this interview, and it gives me USAID, foreign aid, Bill Gates, memoir, autism, AI, Microsoft, global health. From reading these 10 keywords, you do not understand what Bill Gates says in the video. But if you have watched the video and 1 month later, you look at these 10 keywords, maybe it will spark some memory for you, right? So this is very useful for studying, for summarizing, for keeping something that you have read or you have watched in your memory for longer. So what prompts have we used? The basic prompt is summarize this or explain this, right? And we can tell them who we are, like 5 years old, or I'm a nurse, please explain something, right? Or you can use it, you can use your language style, specify simple English, or use layman term or TLDR, too long didn't read. You can specify the level of difficulty. You can tell it to use metaphor and analogy. You can summarize the key elements or characters. You can summarize the YouTube video by copy paste the transcript. So these were the techniques that were used. I hope they are useful, right? So that's all for the text summary, and on to the next one, which is going to be much more fun. It's about using AI to increase creativity so that you can come up with new research ideas or any ideas that you want to do. So the first part is brainstorming, and the second part is strategic inventive thinking. Okay, so design thinking and brainstorming. So when we talk about brainstorming, there's a word called ideation. This is from technique from company called IDEO. IDEO is the company that designed the first mouse for Apple for Apple Macintosh back 20-30 years ago, right? Ideation is the process of making new ideas. It is part of brainstorming, which is coming up with a lot of new ideas. It's got two phases to it. The first phase is diverge. You try to come up with a lot of ideas, and AI can help the most in this phase. And the second phase is to converge, ควบรวมความคิด from a lot of ideas you want to select the few ideas that you want to go with. This part we need human beings judgment to do it, right? So we will focus on the first part where AI can help the most. And like 5 years ago, people at IDEO, the famous company behind brainstorming techniques today, wrote that the rules of brainstorming change when AI get involved. The executive says that the AI output is on par or better than some of what I have seen from humans. Some of it is worse. Some of it is worse too. But anything is better that anything is better is wide. That means that some of the ideas from AI are actually better than our idea, but not all, right? So we will not let the AI do the thinking for us always, but we would let it add to our ideas, right? This is our strategy. So the rule of brainstorming are these 7 rules: defer judgment, encourage wide ideas, build on ideas of others, stay focused on the topic, one conversation at a time, be visual, that means draw something, and go for quantity, like make sure you have a lot of ideas before quality, like you need ปริมาณมากกว่าคุณภาพ you want quantity before quality for the brainstorming part, and ChatGPT can help a lot with that, and also it can help you build on ideas of others as well, and it can help a little bit on the visual side, on the drawing side, and we will see a good example here. So there's another rule of AI, of brainstorm with AI, that I come up with. This is my rule, which is that never let the AI think for you to the point that you stop thinking. อย่าให้ AI คิดแทนเราจนเราไม่สามารถคิดเองได้นะครับ never let the AI think for you to the point you stop thinking. You will see me repeating this a lot, right? Because the best idea will come from you, right? I want to focus on like one topic, And at first, I was gonna brainstorm on like a research idea, but my research would be in computer science, computer-human interaction, and it probably is different from your interest. But if I use a topic of research from humanity and social science, I will not know too much about it. So I'm sorry. So instead of picking the research ideas, I let's use this as a stand-in for our brainstorm research brainstorm idea, which is like a planning a trip to Hua Hin, right? But it's like last year, my research group at my university made a research retreat, สัมมนาบุคลากร at Hua Hin, right? We had some conference, some work meeting, and we went sightseeing a little bit too, right? So we want to see if AI can help us come up with a theme for our research group retreat. So this is our prompt. First, we give context. I'm planning a 3-day research retreat in Hua Hin for 30 people research group. I want people to get to know each other very well, have positive memory after the trip. This is what we want, the situation. And we give it the clear command. Let's brainstorm some ideas for the theme of this event, right? And we give the output. We want the output to be order list 1, 2, 3, sorted by cost, like cheapest to the most expensive. Be concise. This is very important. Otherwise, it will speak a lot of things, right? You don't want to read too much, right? The order list will make later reference very easy. And so this is the combined prompt, right? So after the prompt, we get this output. Don't try to read all of it. Just read the bold faces one and some Thai translation for reference. Okay, so we have Beach Olympic, Cultural Immersion, Wellness Retreat, Eco Adventure, and Innovation Camp. So that's very good 5 ideas. But don't stop there. We want to go for quantity, right? So what's the prompt? 10 more. Why 10 more? Let's say 20 more. You can do it, right? And it gives 10 more idea. Photographic journey, local gastronomy means food tour, adventure race, mindfulness meditation, art festival, sustainability summit, film festival, nature and wildlife, team building extreme like go-kart, paintball, zip line. Wow, that's good. These ideas were created, but we must read and understand them to make use of them. If we don't read it, they'll be useless, right? So the next part, we need to be visual, like draw, have some drawing for each of the good ideas. Like ideally, we want pictures for all of the ideas, but for the example, I just choose like 5 ideas, 6 ideas to draw it. And I use this tool called DALL-E. Where is DALL-E actually? It's actually here. Where is my browser? I'll close my window. Chat.openai.com. Okay. Just a sec. Okay, here. If you go to here on the side, you see the tools here, ChatGPT and DALL-E, right? And I heard that even a free user can use some of this feature too. And you can say draw anything you want and it will draw a picture for you. So why is it called DALL-E? The name comes from Dali, which is an artist, a famous artist from Spain, right? He died many years ago. But he's very famous. And combine that name with Wall-E, Disney character, right? So it becomes DALL-E. So I use this prompt, make a simple color pencil drawing icon for each of the following ideas. Clear white background, white image, right? And then I just copy paste the text that it gives me, like this text here, right? I just copy 5 ideas and paste it after the prompt. And why 5 ideas? If you give it too many ideas, the picture will be a mess. 5 ideas is good. So we have some pictures here, and then I use Photoshop to separate out the little pictures and compose like a post-it for each idea, right? So this is much better than drawing it myself. But actually, maybe some people say you should draw it yourself so that you crystallize and refine your ideas. So Beach Olympics, cultural immersion, eco-adventure, photo journey, gastronomy tour, mindfulness, sustainability, or team building extreme like go-kart, right? So that's like maybe 8 ideas. And the brainstorm rules say we should get variation on the theme, right? Get some like build on some other ideas like sustainability. Let's see some variation on number 11. So it gives us this list here. So it's green innovation, eco-tech conference, sustainability lab, conservation talk by local conservationists, or eco-film festival or something like that. So we have these ideas that we have variations on the theme. And then the rule number 3 says build on the ideas of the other people. And the keyword is yes and. When somebody says something, we say yes and, not yes but, right? So this is how we build on idea of other people. We have 20 ideas. Let's say yes and to each of them. This is how you come up with new research ideas as well. You come up with 20 ideas and then you ask ChatGPT to like do a yes and on each of them. And this prompt is a magic prompt. It will give you a lot of new ideas. Like Beach Olympics. It says clean up the beach afterward. That's a good activity. Photographic journey. You do a photo exhibition on the final night. That's a very memorable experience. Let's see, it doesn't just propose completely new ideas. It reads the old idea and then it builds upon that idea so that it makes it better, right? So sustainability summit. Why don't we launch an environmental project and track its impact, like separating trash at work or something like that. Team building extreme. Let's reflect on key takeaways and lesson learned after the event. So these are just some examples. You can read the details here later. But these are very useful. And don't forget the golden rule of brainstorming is that don't let the AI think too much to the point you stop thinking. So I have to think about it too. This is me in Hua Hin. Like I'm not catching the fish. I'm releasing the fish to the ocean and it's not ปลาหมอคางดำ ครับสวัสดีครับอาจารย์สุกัญญาครับ
I have a question. So how can we integrate the DALL-E that you just mentioned? I think it's really, really nice idea that we can probably use it to generate pictures. Like in case that, well, right now I'm writing my textbooks, I can really use it to generate pictures from my textbook. Am I right?
Yes, but it has some limitation, has a lot of limitations that sometimes it's not suitable for academic work too much because it's got some mistakes here and there. But we'll get to that when we get to the part where we talk about the image, using image in your research. There are some techniques to fix the mistakes made by AI, and there are some part where even with these techniques you cannot fix, but sometimes it's useful. I actually use it all the time to make a draft for children's textbook to learn so that children will learn about AI. But this image is just a draft so that the real graphic designer, a human graphic designer, can see the ideas that I want, and then she will draw it out on her computer later. But this is very useful. And thank you for the question. We will see about the image later. But this is just some examples that I feed it the idea, and then it gives me back the pictures. I choose the one I want, and then I put it on the post-it. Right. ครับขอบคุณครับ and so I come up with some ideas of myself. These three ideas are my own ideas, right? We want maybe silly games for ice breaking, ocean kayak, or spiritual religious tours. And I say I have the following ideas, and I ask ChatGPT to build on the ideas. Can you build on them? These three ideas of my own. So this is how you make sure that you have participation in the thinking process, right? So it says that for the silly game for ice breaking, why don't we take photos and share it digitally later on? Or for the ocean kayak, why don't we introduce the fish, wildlife, marine life too, so that it's become partially environmental activity? And for the spiritual tour, we should like sit together after the tour and reflect on what we have learned from visiting mosques or visiting temples, visiting churches in Hua Hin. So this is very good idea, right? And ChatGPT can help generate a lot of ideas, but ultimately don't forget that we are the ones who choose the idea that will become the reality, right? So that's the brainstorming part. And next, I want you to introduce to a technique called SIT, S-I-T, which does not mean to sit down, but means strategic, inventive thinking. You see a lot of things around your household, like smartphone, remote, air condition, headphone, something like this, iPod, iPad. It actually it doesn't come from a genius of someone on his own. Of course, somebody is a genius to come up with new invention, but actually a lot of invention have been observed to have come from something else in the past. What do I mean? I'm talking about this book called Inside the Box. The author is a major contributor to many modern day inventions at major companies like General Electric or something like that. And this is a best-selling book that has been translated to Thai called คิดในกรอบ It's a tongue-in-cheek title. It means that maybe if we want to create new ideas, we have to look at something that has come before and then build on it. And they propose five techniques called systematic inventive thinking. But we will just focus on these three as an example of how we can use AI to execute these ideas: subtraction, multiplication, and task unification. What are they? Subtraction means การลบ, right? Minus means getting rid of a component and see what is left. If you see a remote, a TV remote like this, you ask, if we get rid of all the number buttons, numeric buttons, what is left? It's a simpler remote, like the one you see here, right? Just much fewer buttons, but still work the same. And maybe it's got a microphone so that you can like use your voice command. Next, multiplication. You duplicate some component and see what happens. If you see a bus, a tour bus, you ask if we want two decks or 2 floors for the bus. Then we have a double-decker bus. And For the task unification, add a new, it is called task unification because it adds a new function to an old component. If we see a chair and we add the function to it that maybe the chair can charge a phone for you, then it becomes, this is a real product, right? A chair that has USB port where you can plug in your phone, and that's very useful because otherwise it's you have to draw the cable from somewhere else and it's very cluttered, right? So these three techniques can make you use some existing product and then build on something. And this product doesn't have to be a thing, right? It can be your research paper, your research idea, or your social project, and you want to make it a new one and make it more inventive. But for this example, I want to use a very friendly and simple to understand example. So I use a cat feeder. Any of you is a cat person? So if let's say I have a cat feeder, and I want to design a new cat feeder with SIT, subtraction, multiplication, and task unification. This is a test of thinking process, and you see that some of the output of AI is not practical or is not safe. So we have to be mindful of that too. The first one, subtraction. This is the prompt. Apply the subtraction technique from SIT, from the book Inside the Box. It knows the book. It has read the whole book. Apply this technique to a cat feeder, table format, number the rows, subtraction result. Give me 10 ideas. So this is the first time we talk about subtraction. What we talk about the systematic inventive thinking. So we must write the details, like it's the technique from this book. But later on, you don't have to write too much about this. You don't have to write as long as this, right? So it's got this result. Let's see some of them. Get rid of the bowl. You just throw food on the floor and let the cat chase the food, and it will be fun. You remove the storage. You increase human and cat interaction. You remove the lid. This one doesn't make sense. You remove the electronic part, so it's a mechanical feeder. It doesn't use the battery. Maybe you can do that. You can remove the base, but so this one doesn't sit on the floor. It can hang it on from the ceiling, and the cat can jump to get the food. Maybe it will be fun for some cats. So this is the subtraction technique. Let's see the multiplication technique. This time the prompt is shorter because we have already talked about this technique before. We just say change from the subtraction to multiplication technique. So we have this. Maybe the bowls can have many bowls for many cats. We have multiple sensors for different pets. And we have multiple compartments holding different kind of food, like wet food, dry food. Multiple dispensing mechanism, because for the dry food, you just let it flow, right? For the wet food, maybe it's got a spoon to just scoop up the food and measure the content, and then they put it on the bowl. So, and you may have multiple lids with timer for different pets. So some of them don't make sense. So this is the multiplication technique. And the third one, let's try task unification, which means we add some task to an existing component. So it says that maybe the bowl can act as a water filtration. The container can have a cooling or heating system to keep the food fresh. The lid can have a solar cell to charge the battery. The base can have a scale so that you know how much food was eaten by the cat each day. For the dispensing mechanism, you can have you can double it as an automatic pet door opener. this one is confusing. Why do you want to do that? But sometimes you get this result mixed in, right? So these are all the ideas. And of course, you are not going to use all the ideas. Maybe some of the ideas spark some thought in you, and then you design something that even better than what the AI gave you, right? And apart from the systematic inventive thinking, maybe you should try to compare and combine some ideas, and that will result in even newer ideas, right? So let's consider these 5 ideas from subtraction and just compare the 2 ideas here. Remove the bowl and remove the base. Compare them, the plus and minus of each of them. And this is the prompt and this is the result. We get that the remove the bowl idea require regular cleaning of the feeding surface because we don't have the bowl, right? But if we remove the base and hang it from the ceiling, it's much less frequent cleaning, but it's more difficult to clean because it's up there, right? So it has the ability to consider different aspects for comparison, just like when we did comparing the literature from Shakespeare and Sunthanpoo, right, earlier. Next, we want to combine the ideas. Let's see if we can combine the idea 1 and 5, combine both ideas. And this time I asked it for the title, the description, and the slogan. So the first idea is the hovering plate. The cat feeder used hover technique to keep food floating at a comfortable height for the cat. Then the slogan is elevate your cat's dining experience. Wow. And let's look at the 4th idea. The gravity power feeder. Utilize gravity to dispense food on a flat surface from a refillable container hanging above. And the slogan is let gravity do the feeding. Wow. And for this column slogan, you can change it to ask it for a selling point, ask it for keywords, for pros and cons, or for target group of your product too. So that's systematic inventive thinking, or SIT, from this author Drew Boyd and Jacob Goldenberg. You can use SIT to generate new research ideas, to find future research directions. You know, the research paper usually have the future work section. And have you encountered this before? You wrote the whole paper, and then in the future work section, I was like, I have done a lot of work already. Why do you want me to write the future work? I don't know what to write. I have no idea. This is how you get to future work, some of the ideas, right? Oh no, maybe you have some ideas already. You want to see what AI gave you so that maybe you can combine the ideas and compare the ideas, or you can combine and compare methodologies of different research projects as well. And finally, again, never let AI think for you to the point that you stop thinking for yourself, right? Okay, the next part, I'm sure it will be the most fun, but I have to say that, oh, man, no. The most fun is the next one, but this one is fun too. The vision capability of ChatGPT. And this one is useful for research as well, especially if you have to work with old documents or handwritten documents. ChatGPT has advanced capabilities called vision and voice. Vision, you can upload pictures up to 20 megabytes per file. That usually should be okay for all pictures. You can ask about the image. You can read English text. And right now it can read Thai text and many languages as well. but not Thai handwriting yet. You can upload photos or hand drawing or handwriting as well. For the voice, it can do speech to text, which means you speak to it. They convert your speech to your voice to text, and then it works as a text prompt. Or you can do a live chat, which means you talk to it with voice and it responds to you by voice. This is very, very natural. And you have to know that both systems are not perfect and have some errors. You have to use with caution. Don't believe everything it says, right? And for example, this is a good use case. You use it to help read some difficult handwriting. This is good. But this is a bad use case. If you use it to help with medical diagnosis in place of going to see the doctor, right? You feed it so your X-ray and ask if I have cancer, something like that. don't do that, right? Even though it can answer very similar to what the doctor answered, you don't know what's inside. You don't have the ability to interpret the result. And anything involved medical stuff is potentially dangerous, right? So can you read this handwriting? I got this from Wikipedia, right? Let's see if you want to see it. I give you the link in the chat. So I just upload the picture and ask, what is this about? I can ask about anything, who wrote it, who it was written for, or bullet point summary or something like that. And this is the output. It says the image you upload is a handwritten letter from Dr. Sun Yat-sen, founding father of the Republic of China. Oh, I think he wrote it from Japan to his friend, something like that. So that's very important historical document, right? That's very useful. You can read it you can use it to read your doctor's handwriting as well. but some, you know what? Actually, some pharmacists use this, and they say it's pretty good. But remember, if you're not a nurse, a pharmacist, don't use it, right? For medical stuff. And let's say you watch a video and you see someone using some toy here. That's me, right? And you want to know what's that thing, right? You took a picture and then you drew an arrow to it and ask, what's that thing and where can I get it? And it answer is a virtual reality headset. It's called VR headset, VR viewer, and that's correct, right? So when you take a picture, you should draw an arrow or a circle so that it knows where to focus on the picture, and then you ask follow-up questions. And this one is like magic. I wrote this on my whiteboard myself, just a dimension of a box that I need to take to the post office. And I asked, what's the volume and the diameter of this box, right? So it calculates the volume and it gives the formula too. And this is the formula for the volume, and this is the formula for the diameter. It's a 3D diameter from this point to that point. And it tells me that the box is 46,000 cubic units. Could be centimeters, could be inches. We didn't specify the units. And the diagonal inside the box is 69 units, right? And we know that it's correct because it used this calculation and it tells you the formula that it used. And if you click on this icon here, this little icon right here, it will reveal a magic behind it, which is a Python code which you don't have to understand. It's just a Python code behind the scene that works for you. It runs this code, calculate the mathematic formula, and it gives you the result. That's pretty good. And have you been to a lecture where you took a lot of picture of the slide, or you take screenshot of the Zoom meeting, right? And then you said, I'm gonna review it later. But then you come home and then it's like, what was he talking about? I forgot. What are these circles here? I don't understand anymore, right? You want to be reminded on what is the point of this slide here. So you take your chance, you upload it to ChatGPT. This is from Andrew Ang. He's one of the top leading AI inventor of our time, right? He's the founder of Coursera too. Wow. And he has been to Thailand a couple times, right? So you ask ChatGPT to explain this slide, and you see this is called supervised learning. It's got two circles. Generative AI, it's got two circles but smaller, and it says value from AI technologies from today to 3 years. So from human understanding, let's see some human understanding here. It means that right now the values ประโยชน์จาก AI, values from AI right now is mostly in supervised learning, but not much about generative AI. You see the small circle here, but in 3 years time, the generative AI is going to grow a lot compared to other technologies. Supervised learning will continue to grow too. So he wants to make sure that we know that don't just focus on generative AI, but focus on supervised learning as well. But for reinforcement learning, he's not a fan. You see, it's got a very small circle from now and 3 years, right? So let's see, ChatGPT interprets that correctly, right? And it tells that supervised learning is dominant today, but might reduce in significance over time. Gen AI is increasing in value, likely due to advance in models like ChatGPT. And that's pretty good, right? And you can ask follow-up questions as well. And have you written something like lecture notes in your class and then come home and look at it and was like, what? Noodles, worms. Is this human handwriting? But it's your own, right? Or maybe you you borrow it from your friend and make a copy and then study for exam, and it's like, what is this, right? This is my own handwriting, right? So what if I wrote this note and I can't read it, or I don't want to read it, right? I want it to summarize for me. But in this case, this is the lecture note that I prepare to give to the student. I mean, I'm not giving this to the student. This is the note I wrote for myself, so that I'll go in front of the class and wrote it on the blackboard, right? Nicely. But from this note, I want to make a quiz. A quiz called MCQ, is multiple choice question quiz. Create 5 easy MCQ quiz from this lecture note. And this is what we get. Some math problems, and these are the solution. Let's not care about the math problems here. But in fact, from the lecture note, it can create the math problem for me. Or maybe this is the theorem number 6. It's got some math for it, combinatorics. And I wanted to rewrite theorem 6 and the proof. And it writes the proof for me very nicely from the note that I swiggle here, right? So it's very amazing. So let's see what we can use this for the research. Sometimes we have field research where we interview people, and we sometimes wrote it with our handwriting, short notes, right? And we want to analyze all of that quickly. Or sometimes the interviewer is like a team of some students that we hire, or some volunteers, and we can't always read their handwriting easily. So this one is very helpful. And I want you to see this. This is a math problem, right? And I want to pretend to be a nurse who is bad at math. And I wanted to explain theorem number 6 that I wrote. By the way, you don't have to understand this theorem. I'm not teaching math here today. But ChatGPT will explain theorem 6 with analogy to people and the bottles of medicine. The number of ways you can rearrange 6 bottles of medicines according to their height, and you can shuffle them how many times. That's combinatorics, right? So it gives example according to the role that we give them. If we tell them we are a nurse, it will give example about the medicine bottles. If we tell them we are a taxi driver, it will give some analogy to some traffic lights or something like that. So this is very useful in terms of how we can connect with other people, with students, or with subjects on the field. So to summarize, this is the vision capability. We have already talked about some of it. I want to add that if you upload a picture, make sure it's not wide angle. It's not good with wide angle lens. Don't upload upside down image. It will confuse the AI. You cannot ask exactly where in the image. Like you can ask upper right, lower left, something like that, but you cannot specify the pixel position with numbers. It's not good with that. It cannot count objects precisely. Let's say you take a picture of a coin jar and then ask how many baht. It cannot do that. It cannot read the file name and metadata in the picture. So I think it's probably because of privacy rules or something like that. And the tips is that you draw arrows on it to draw the important part. And it can read English handwriting very well. It cannot read Thai handwriting yet, but it can read Thai printed text quite well right now. For other language, just try, right? It can recognize diagram, charts, equation, and music notes. You can ask it for explanation directly. You don't have to learn any special prompt for it, right? You can try this fun prompt, explain the joke, or upload your picture and ask it to critique my picture, my photo. Let's see if it understands this joke here. The worst color book ever. I got this from the internet, right? This is a color book, and I asked, how is this funny? Right? So it's got that the joke is that it's a coloring book, สมุดระบายสี but it's already filled with black ink, leaving very little room for actual coloring. and this one is like Darth Vader is all black, and the other one is the robot who is white and black. So what color are we going to put it on? We can only put the color on this part. So it's a bad color book. So this is the joke. It can understand the joke. So sometimes when you are in a community, like they send like line image and you don't understand the joke in that community, you can ask the person. That's the best. But if there's no one around, maybe try ChatGPT. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And it's amazing when it works, by the way. And yeah, okay. So this is the situation. I am in the middle of nowhere, not with internet access, right? But no one is helping me. But actually, I have a car next to. I am in a car, and then my car just ran out of battery. It cannot start. But I have a good car next to me of someone who is willing to help jumpstart my battery. But I forgot how to jump start a battery. Can you jump start a battery? Luckily, when I bought my car, the sales representative gave this to me for free as a freebie, right? It's a cable to jumpstart my car. She also gave me the manual of the car. But in the emergency, I don't want to spend time reading the manual. So I want someone to tell me how to jumpstart a car. Maybe I can Google it, right? And that's the best way to do. But if I Google it, I have to hold my phone. I have to hold these cables. I have to hold the hood of my car, and it's all dirty, and my phone will get dirty, and my phone will fall into the engine compartment. That's very messy, right? So I don't want to do that. So I want to do something simpler. Let me ask my friend here. Let's see. Tell me if you can hear it. Oh, hello. How are you?
Hey, I can hear you just fine. I'm doing great, thanks. How about you?
Oh, I'm not doing too good. My car just died. I think the battery died. Somebody else is helping me, but I don't know how to jumpstart the battery.
Oh no, that's frustrating. Jumpstarting a car can be pretty straightforward, though. Do you have jumper cables and access to another car with a working battery?
Yes, I do.
Perfect. First, make sure both cars are off. Then connect the red clamp to the positive terminal of your dead battery and the other red clamp to the positive terminal of the good battery. Then connect the black clamp
Oh,
to
no.
the negative.
Hold on. I cannot remember all these instructions. You have talked too much. You have talked too fast. Can you tell me step by step, one step at a time, and then pause and wait for me to tell you to continue?
Of course. Let's go step by step. First, take the red clamp and connect it to the positive terminal of the dead battery. Let me know when you've done that.
Okay, red clamp to the dead battery. Done.
Great. Now take the other red clamp and connect it to the positive terminal of the good battery. Let me know when you've got that done.
Okay, red clamp to the good or bad battery?
Connect that red clamp to the positive terminal of the good battery, the one that's still working.
Positive of the good battery. Okay, done.
Awesome. Now for the black clamp, attach it to the negative terminal of the good battery.
I don't have a
Let me know
black
when that's
clamp.
done.
I have a green clamp connect to a black cable. Is that good?
That's fine. The color of the clamp isn't as important as making sure it's connected to the correct terminal. If it's a black cable and you're connecting it to
Okay.
the negative terminal, perfect.
Negative
Great.
terminal of what?
Attach the other end of the black cable to an unpainted metal surface on the car.
No. Previous step.
No worries. The previous step was to attach the black cable to the negative terminal of the good battery. Are you at that step?
Okay, done.
Perfect. Now start the working car and let it run for a minute or two before trying to start your car.
No. You missed the final step. What was it? The black clamp to what?
Right. The final step is to attach the other end of the black cable to an unpainted metal surface on the car with the dead battery to ground it. Once you do that, you're good to start the working car.
Okay, I've done that.
Awesome. Now go ahead and start the car with the good battery and let it run for a bit.
Okay, I'm gonna start the car. Boom. Oh, it works now. Thank you so much.
That's fantastic. I'm glad it worked. Let it run for a bit to charge the battery, and you should be good to go.
Okay, cool. Let's go. Bye. Thank you.
You're welcome. Drive safe. Bye.
Okay. And then when I press stop, I can review the conversation history here in the history here, right? It's transcribe everything I say, everything that ChatGPT says back to me. And I can see if I have done everything correctly. So this is the use case of the last capability that I want to introduce. Let me share my screen. So the last part, I want to introduce you to the voice capability of ChatGPT. So it's got two parts to it. The voice part is we can do speech to text, which is converting our voice to text and then use the text as a text prompt. And then the second ability is called live chat, the one that you have just seen when I jumpstart a car battery, I was using live chat. That's the most advanced feature. And if you want to use any of this, you don't have to do any setting, but it's good to do a setting to specify the language. If you want to say speak Thai all the time or speak another language all the time, because sometimes the auto detection works, sometimes it doesn't, and it was thinking that it might think that you are speaking English when you are actually speaking another language. So you can do the setting as picture, like press here, and then in the setting change the main language to Thai or whatever. But I would recommend just put it at auto detect. If it works fine, then that's good. The speech to text, you have to press this button, this white button here, the microphone button. It will change your speech, your voice to text. And when you press it, you just speak to it. You see the waveform here, and then you have to press this button to stop talking, and it will convert to text. It transcribes your words better than Siri, better than iPhone. But I don't know about Android. Android might already be better. But Siri is bad at transcribing my English accent, my Thai accent when speaking English. But ChatGPT works very well for this. I can just speak Thai and it transcribes it for me. And for the live chat ability, you press the other button here, the black button. You go to live chat. And this is useful when you need both of your hands, like when you need to fix your cars or do some work like that. But remember, my example was about jump starting the battery of a car battery. That's pretty basic stuff. It has it's got some training data already, so you can trust it to a point. But if I wouldn't ask it to tell me how to remove the patient's kidney stone or something like that, right? That would be too dangerous. But if it's something simple like changing the faucet, something like that, ChatGPT can help you pretty well, right? And it depends on your luck. Sometimes when the server is busy, the delay can be high and you can have to wait for a long time, and you can run out of conversation quota. Like if I speak to it for like half an hour, sometimes it will say, let's talk tomorrow. Today you have reached your quota. It is not talking to me forever, but it's getting better, right? So this feature will probably help you a lot in some part, but I would say the voice ability probably has limited use in terms of research work, but the vision ability probably will help a lot. Let me get started on a little bit about the next part. We will not finish it before the afternoon, but we'll continue after lunch, but we have 5 minutes here for the fun part. So this part, generative AI for image, songs, and videos. So you see, we can generate text, image, song, and video. For the image, the options, some of the options are DALL-E from ChatGPT. This one includes in your ChatGPT subscription, and I think if you are a free user, you can generate some image, but there's a lot of limit to it. Even for a paid user like me, $20 a month. If I generate a lot of pictures at a time, it will tell me to wait like 2 hours to continue, but it doesn't have a set number of pictures that I can create. So that's nice. I do it all the time. I create Jack and Rose wearing elephant pants, something like that, just for fun. Generate pictures of my cats. For Midjourney, this is a higher end image generator. It's actually cheap, like $10 a month. I have done 1 month with them, and I was impressed. But it's difficult to use. You have to use something called Discord, which if you like it, and that's good. If you have never used it before, it will be confusing. But Midjourney makes very realistic image compared to ChatGPT. It costs more though, because for $10 you can maybe generate 50 pictures in a month. But after that you have to pay more. It counts every picture. It doesn't like let you generate and then it let you wait for 2 hours. No, you cannot wait 2 hours. If you run out of credit, you have to pay to continue to use. For Gemini from Google, it used to be very bad. Right now, I heard that it's better. I haven't tried the new version yet. I think this one, I'm not sure. There's a free version and a paid version. I try only the free version. And next, I think this one is for the mass, for the people. For everyone should try it. Bing Image Creator, or right now it's called Copilot Image Creator. Just Google it. Bing Image Creator let you create image like 15 high quality image per day. And even if you run out of 15 credits, you can still generate image, but you have to wait for a long time for your image. So you can type your prompt and go get a coffee, come back and hope that it finish, right? So this one you can, from Microsoft, behind the scene is actually the same engine as ChatGPT, which is DALL-E. They use the same thing, but Microsoft let you use it for free, and it's pretty good. Many people like to use this one too. Be careful that all these image creators are a little bit censored for good reason. You cannot create like adult theme image too much. You cannot create violence. You cannot include the words like blood or guns or stabbing or something like that, even if it's just for harmless cartoon, right? It doesn't like any weapons, any violence, punching, something like that. No, you cannot create a boxing match or something like that. But people found loopholes all the time. When writing a prompt for an image, these are some suggestions. You have to try through trial and error. Just try many times. You specify the style of the image, such as a cartoon or photograph or an oil painting, or in the case that I like, a color pencil image. And you define the camera angle, wide angle, telephoto lens, bird eye view, tilted camera, something like that. If you don't want something in the picture, don't mention it. Like if you don't want, if you want to create a person without wearing a hat, you don't say draw a lady without a hat. You will get a hat. You have to say draw a lady with nice hair or something like that, with flowers on her head or something like that. But don't say without a hat or no hat. If you say no hat, you will get a hat. It's very strange, but non ไม่ค่อยเข้าใจคำว่าไม่ They don't understand the word no. So these are some basic techniques for generate image. And how can it generate so realistic image or very nice image? This comes from the basic principle called generative adversarial network or GAN. And I promise you this will be the last slide before we go to lunch, right? So this one, you think about this at lunch. So imagine there are two neural networks. One of them is called generator. Generator will try to create random image that looks as realistic as possible. Realistic means looks as if a human created or a camera created, right? This generator will create this image, but this generator alone will not make good image. He needs an adversary called discriminator. This is another neural network. This one will try to look at the image created by the first guy and try to detect whether the content is real or is AI generated. And if he detects correctly, he wins some money. Money means just some number in the computer, right? If he detects it wrong, the generator gets some money, gets some score. So these two people will just simulate this competition tens of millions of times over the course of a month or so that they train the models. This actually two models working together in a competitive way. It's called GAN, Generative Adversarial Network. After the training session ends, both of them will get better and better and better. That means the DALL-E or Midjourney or Bing image creator will create a more realistic image for you. And that's the result that you see. You are not the one who trained the system. You're the one who used the system that has been trained like this from the two competing neural networks. And that's really, I think the technology that has got to this point is very, very amazing. And we will look at some of the examples and some of the things that we can do with it. But let's first do the most important thing, which is go eat lunch, right? So let me return the floor to the organizer, and I'll see you all at 1 p.m. So I gave it a starting image, and then I wrote the prompt that the cat turns around and jumps at the Eiffel Tower, having a lot of fun. And this is the result. So I have to give you a warning that it looks a little weird. It's not what I expected. It looks like this. It turns around, it tries to jump, but then the hand is another cat. You see something like this a lot in video creation. It gets confused, it gets hallucinated all the time. So, but it does. When this happens, the only way to fix it is just to create it again and hope that it doesn't happen. So it's not perfect, and ChatGPT has Sora, where you can create up to 50 videos a month. It says up to 50, which means the 50 low resolution video. If you create high resolution video, it will take more credit, and you create fewer videos, right? So I tried this, and it's not very good, but it's okay. But you can see the videos created by other people as well. Some of them are good, some of them look strange. So this is what I try, the cat jumping around at the Olympic. And this is the result. The first one. And the second one. I hope he's having fun. He looks like he's competing in something, right? So As I say, it's not perfect, but it's fun to try. So that's AI for video. And for the next one, so for the ethical use of AI, let me just say again for the recording, what can go wrong when AI is used carelessly? Consider this real situation where a man traveled on a flight and he was injured on his knee by getting hit by a mule cart, and he was not happy with how the airline handled it. So he hired a lawyer to sue the airline. And the lawyer made some research about the past similar cases in the past, so that he knows how much money the airline would have to pay to cover the injury. And he submit this legal brief to the judge and mentioned these three cases against United Airlines, against Iran Air, and China Southern Airlines. And what happened next was that the judge read the legal brief and found that all these cases are fake. They are kadi tip, not real cases, but some imaginary cases generated by ChatGPT. And he was fined, penalized for using ChatGPT in his legal work by the judge, and his client unfortunately lost the case in court. So this is the lawyer, and he has a very high spirit despite the mistake, because he opened himself up to interview and said he made a big mistake. He got fined $5,000 and he learned a hard lesson. In the early day of ChatGPT, he thought that he was using a search engine just like Google, but in fact, it was not a search engine. It returned a wrong result, that it hallucinated. It came up with these cases by itself. It didn't exist. So this serves as a reminder for everyone that using these AI tools as a tool to search for scientific literature, you can use it if you actually finally look at the real paper. You cannot trust that it summarized the paper for you correctly, because the paper may not have existed in the first place. So this is very dangerous. And this is not directly generated to generative AI, but Google once released a product called Google Photos, and it has these features that it categorizes the items automatically, like skyscrapers, airplane, and this one cars. The photo of cars will be in the same album. Graduation, bike, and for this one of the two persons here, it wrote this label on it, which is horrible. It's not. It should not have done that. So Google apologized from this backlash, and and Google disabled these features for a long time. But in fact, everybody knows. I think the man in the picture knows that it was not Google intention to be racist. It was just a mistake on AI part. But this shows that using AI without proper check can result in something embarrassing for the company, for the organization. And this man used an AI tool for interview. I believe this was just an act for the video. I'm not sure if it was real. The source is below. It's from Reddit. It's not. It's probably just an act to show the capability of this interview app. And let's see what happened when the interviewer asked him a technical question about Amazon Web Service.
It achieves availability by automatically detecting and repairing any hardware failures, right? So in this way, it means that my data is safe and won't be lost.
โอ้โหเจือแจ้วเลย He talks a lot. He talks like he knows his stuff, right? He was interviewing for a job, and why the interviewer asked a question, the AI to listen to it and produce a bullet points of answers so that he reads the answer from the bullet points just as if he knew the stuff. In fact, he may not have known the product at all. And when they use AI assisted interview like this, I put the picture of the app here, but I want to make sure that I'm not endorsing this product, right? It probably doesn't work as well as it does in the video.
It achieves availability.
So I want you to think about this on whether this is a good or bad use of AI. Does it work? Does it really work? Will he get caught? And is it legal? And is it ethical? And is it any different from hiding your friend under your desk and your friend might just whisper to you or write a note for you, right? Is it the same thing? Or using your twin to stand in for the interview? So there's a lot of ethical question about that. But basically, I think the rule of thumb is that for us who are like PhD level researcher, the bar should be very high that using AI to impersonate human to show that you have some ability above your current level is probably unethical to do it. Let's look at another blatant example of AI use in academia. This was a picture that appeared in a Frontiers journal, like an academic science journal. And it's got this diagram, it's got this picture of a petri dish, something that's called stem cell, but if you look at stem cell here, it spells funny. It's not stem cell, it's stem cell, something like that. So it gives away that this might be generated by AI. And in fact, it was found that the whole paper was created by ChatGPT and it has to be retracted. And this paper is a real paper, but it discussed the effect of ChatGPT in medical health journal. It says that when it asks for paper about some medical condition, ChatGPT lists a bunch of papers, but none of these papers actually exist. It's got the PMID, PubMed ID. It's like a unique ID for papers in the health science field. Those numbers actually exist, but when you search for the numbers, they are not the actual papers, right? So this was from the early 2023. The AI hallucinated a lot at that time. If I ask it about like, do you know Panuakdet, Suwannatat, like my name, it will tell me I'm a dead actor. But currently, if I ask it the same question, it will tell me that it doesn't know this stuff. It's got better, but it's not perfect because sometimes when you ask it about something that you know, it will give you a little bit of right answer mixed with the wrong answer. So we must check the reference by ourselves. The same thing with asking it for YouTube video. Here I asked about YouTube video about teaching Pythons for beginners, like the programming language. And the 4 videos were good, but one of them linked to a video about Python programming language, but it's not the same as the title say. So it's a different topic. There was a problem when companies rely on AI to do fraud detection or to do some to detect some customers' activity. Hertz, the car rental company, made false police report that the customers stole their car. In fact, they rented the cars because their internal system malfunctioned. So this was before the AI era. But currently, in the AI era, there has already been lawsuits about AI behaving badly, about customer of an airline was promised by a chatbot, a customer service chatbot, that she would get a refund for the ticket. But the airline refused to give the refund, saying that the chatbot made a mistake, gave the wrong information. She sued the airline in court, and she won. The airline lost. So a lot of examples in this section will involve legal matters. I want to say for the record that I'm not a lawyer or a legal expert. Each case has different details. If you have legal questions, you should consult a lawyer. You should not ask me specific legal questions because I will not be able to answer them correctly. But even though we are not a lawyer, we should know the law somewhat enough to operate in our field. And there are certain things in the AI arena that we need to know, right? And if we talk about ethics and law, are they the same thing or not? Actually, ethics and laws are different things, but they often go together, they often align. The key principle is to do no harm to other people. What do I mean by doing harm to other people? It could be that we're stealing someone's work, that's doing harm. We claim credit for something you didn't do, right? Usually these two are the same thing, but not always. Because right now, if AI wrote something for us and we put our name as an author, we are not actually, it seems like we are not stealing anybody's work, but we are claiming credit for a work that we did not do ourselves. So if we compose a song, a good song, like Suwannatat song, right? And I play it somewhere, I would say that I came up with the idea. So I should be credited. But I did not compose the song myself. I did not play the music. I did not sing the song. It's the AI. I should disclose that. Or maybe our paper may discriminate against some part of the population. So that's doing harm. So we have to be careful about that. So we will talk about fairness, transparency, data, and proper limit of AI use in research. First part about fairness in AI. I cut out a lot of subtopics in this because I think the most important thing is about something called accountability. Accountability is when you say you are accountable for something, such as let's think about a situation where before AI era, like a building collapse. We usually ask who is accountable for this, who is responsible. It's usually the engineer or the architect, right? Or the one who signed the paper, approval. But sometimes we have to say everyone did the best already, but it's the earthquake. It's beyond the ability of the engineer to deal with it, right? So in that case, it's like we blame it on the an act of God. And in fact, the word act of God is a legal term in the insurance policy too, that sometimes is beyond our scope of accountability. So that's in the classical sense, accountability in the classical sense, but in the age of AI where we have killer robot flying around and shoot people, right? If it shoots the wrong people, it kills the wrong people, it can create something called accountability gap. This is in Thai is called ช่องว่างความรับผิดชอบ. It's like nobody is responsible because everybody has some excuse, and it seems valid too, such as it's not my job. I don't have the authority. ผมไม่มีอำนาจ I try my best already. What else could I do? Maybe the other person is responsible, not me, right? In the end, it can end up like no one takes responsibility. Just like when a self-driving car hit a pedestrian, the court has to determine first who would be responsible. Is it the person driving the car, the person who wrote the software, the company who owns the vehicle, or the design of street light on the street? And it needs to find someone to be responsible. That's called accountability. So for the age of AI, let's look at this. When airline use the earlier case, when customer asked for the refund and the chatbot said, "Yeah, sure, I'll give you $800 Canadian dollars refund," and the airline said, "No, our policy is no refund." The bot was making things up, and the customer got angry and sued. And the judge says final decision is that the company must refund the customer based on the bot's response. So this creates a precedence that that the action by the chatbot employed by the company creates a somewhat binding contract for the company to follow through on the promise made by the chatbot. And this happened, I believe, in Canada or maybe in the USA, but it's Canadian airline. This decision may not be the same in other courts in Thailand or in Australia, or in other parts of the world. It depends on the judge and on the law, the letter of the law. So accountability is a central pillar of academic authorship, and major scientific journals have had their policy regarding accountability of the author, especially the first author, but actually all the listed authors are accountable for the accuracy of the claims in the paper. And I believe this is the same. I use example from scientific journals because I know them well, but it probably the same trend in other fields of journals as well, academic journals as well. So the golden rule is that you are accountable for every paper you submit, whether you use AI to write it or not, which means that if AI writes something wrong, you cannot blame it on AI. You can only blame yourself, because you are supposed to read everything it produced and change it to your language even before you submit it. If you say ChatGPT wrote this part, I'm not responsible for it, I'm sorry, it got it wrong, then you are committing academic misconduct, right? So you should be responsible for every word that is put in the paper. So that's accountability for using AI in your work. The next part is about transparency or ความโปร่งใส Let's look at some transparency issues. The newspaper The Guardian in the UK used this picture to describe a protest in somewhere, but it was found out later that it was an AI image, right? But this situation happened for real, but the image was not. They did not send the photographer there, so it became a little scandal that maybe we shouldn't do this. It distort the reality. And another case does not distort reality at all. It's a Bangkok Design Week, I believe. There was a drama that they used this picture to promote the event, and this picture was later found to be AI generated. And actually, this is not trying to depict the real event, the fake event, as a real event, because it's not a news report. It was just a picture to promote an upcoming event, right? So what's the drama? The drama was that when they used this AI image to promote the art event, it actually disregard the human artist skills. They should have hired an artist to make this poster instead. But they argued, they replied that it was beyond the budget, and we just need to promote the event. So AI was a tool that they had to use. So I tend to sympathize with both sides of of the argument, but this shows that using AI to generate image can sometimes have some unintended consequence in terms of social perception and social backlash about the brand. And there was also an issue about transparency on the video generated by AI, on how the AI was trained on data, how the AI obtained the data to train itself. The vice president of OpenAI did not refused to disclose where she received the training data, whether it's from YouTube or from anywhere else. So this creates some opacity instead of transparency. The key point is that when we use AI, we should be transparent, don't hide it. If we make AI, we should disclose AI training data source openly because it ensures trust in the system, it reduces the copyright risk, and transparency is also good for three things. It reduces reputational risk, prevents social backlash, it builds trust between you and the customer. Customer may mean your students or your research community, your fellow scientists. It will trust, encourage customer and public to confidently use the product and service, and it increase speed too, because when you are transparent, people trust you more and trust that everything will be checked sufficiently with safety measure in place. And there was an issue discussed. There's a big issue discussed about when everything is written by AI and we put it on the internet, whether it's text, image, video, or anything like that, it can drown out the good information that was made by a human being, right? This paper looked at the question on whether or not Google search results got worse over time due to AI generated spam. It's not that AI from Google is bad. It's because when Google crawl the web, it sees, in the past, it only sees websites generated by human. But right now, maybe 50%, 60% of the website that Google sees was written by AI. And it's very hard to find genuine, original data information created by human. And this article by Nature, a top scientific journal, back in July, found that if we use the output from AI to train the next generation of AI, if we keep doing that, the result will keep getting worse and worse over time. Garbage in, garbage out. And there's a moral ethical issue about AI pretending to be human being, and this was given a technical term called counterfeiting human. And there has already been a real case about this. Elon Musk did not do anything wrong here. By the way, Elon Musk, somebody impersonated Elon Musk as a video on YouTube Live, and in the video, the fake Elon Musk just say that I'm gonna give everyone a little bit of Bitcoins, but here's my wallet. You transfer 0.1 Bitcoin to me, I'll transfer you back 1 Bitcoin. If you transfer 10 Bitcoins to me, I'll transfer back 100 Bitcoins. And this is my wallet ID. And in about 3 or 4 hours, that scammer received like millions of dollars worth of Bitcoin. And people thought they were sending money to Elon Musk and hoping to get back from him. And in fact, Elon Musk was not known, did not know about this. He was not the one on the stage, but the fake video looks pretty much just like him. That's the problem with counterfeit people, right? And it will happen a lot more these days. And some people argue that it should carry the same criminal penalty, just like counterfeiting money, right? Because it erodes trust in the human community. And there was a theory, a fun theory called dead internet theory in the age of AI, that there are very few people, real people online these days on X, Twitter, on social media, right? And most of the content was written by bots, right? That's the bad world to live in. And many of the online debates are like when people argue with each other, it's bots arguing against bots. It's not real human. And some people even believe that some evil corporation are behind it all, like control the narrative of what they want people to believe in. If this is not a theory, a serious social science theory, but rather a satire on the current state of the internet, I believe half of it. I don't believe all of it, but it's good to know about that. That we definitely don't want the academic community to be polluted with AI generated content. We want AI to be an assistant for our research, but we don't want it to. We probably don't want it to produce the final product of research for us. Okay, now let's look at the transparency issue a little more in the video AI that generate videos. This is the example of videos generated by OpenAI, Sora. I think I did not turn on the sound because it's not relevant, but I want you to see these two video. This is like from a Disney movie. This is very similar to also very similar to Little Mermaid, right? This one is similar to this character in SpongeBob SquarePants, and people got suspicious that maybe OpenAI trained its Sora AI on copyright data or on YouTube videos, and OpenAI did not admit to it, also did not refuse it, right? Because they might be afraid that if they refuse it, some evidence might come out later on that they actually did it, and they might be sued even more, right? So the person on the right hand side was Chief Technology Officer for OpenAI. She already left the company, but when she gave the interview, she was still a top executive of OpenAI, and she answered the question from the person in the green on the left here, a journalist from Wall Street Journal. Let's hear a little bit of it.
What data was used to train Sora? Videos on YouTube?
I'm actually not sure about that.
Okay.
But I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm not confident about it. I'm just not going to go into the details of the data that was used, but it was publicly available or licensed data.
She did not know about it, but she was chief executive, right? And in the end, she says that it's
What data was
publicly available or licensed data. Notice she didn't say public data. She said publicly available data. That means the public can get to it. This is like a play on word or เลี่ยงบาลี การเลี่ยงบาลี that she's just using publicly. Anyone can look at this data just like YouTube. But in fact, in the YouTube term of service, it specifically prohibits using the content to train AI, right? So OpenAI is still silent on this matter. They are not transparent about the source of the data. and this will become a problem later on how AI will be adopted in a wide area, because people are afraid that they might be infringing on copyright here. The same thing happened with the music generator like Suno or Udio. These two tools have already been subject to some lawsuits. Let's listen to a song created by Udio about Christmas.
I don't want a lot for Christmas. There is just one thing I need. I don't care about the presents underneath the Christmas tree.
So this sounds a lot like Mariah Carey, right? So it probably trained from her song, from her voice, but the company did not disclose that. So it's a subject of ongoing lawsuit. And so this brings us to how it's related to us. If we want to use these AI tools, we have to keep in mind that we don't know how the lawsuits are going to turn out. And the lawsuits happen in the USA. I don't know if it's gonna spill over to other parts of the world. But these tools may not be around forever. So one thing I would encourage everyone is that before it got deleted, you should try to use it, right? Right? We should try to use it while it lasts, right? Because it may not last forever, right? It could be that it goes away tomorrow. But even when we use it, we should be mindful that at some point, the product that we get from it, the output, songs and music, we may have some restriction down the road on whether or not we can use it commercially, publicly, or just personally. I would say that personal use should be okay, should be safe. Even educational use should already be okay. But the commercial use is what we have to be very careful about. In academia, we have to ask this question: is it okay to paraphrase using AI? Is it plagiarism? I would say that it is, because no matter if you use AI or you use your head to paraphrase something, if you don't give a source, it's plagiarism. Is it okay to ask AI to design a new project based on existing works? Is it considered copying? I would say that it depends on how much the new project differs from the old project, and depends on whether you give proper credit to the people who work on the previous project or papers. And it would not be any different between using AI to come up with ideas or using your own head to come up with ideas to build on the ideas of others. And it can even be a good thing to build on other people's work, because that's how science progress, that's how academic progress, right? And let's talk a little bit about the AI content detector. We heard that a lot of story that, especially in the West, where students submit paper and he get an F because the professor put his paper in an AI detector tool, and the tool says that this is 100% written by AI, and the professor just gives 0 to the test. And in fact, the professor probably thought that the AI detector gave the correct, accurate assessment, when in fact there was a lot of flaw in those tools. Some of the tools work well on some AI like ChatGPT only, but it doesn't work for, let's say, Google Translate or Gemini. And some of the tools work well at some point in time, but when the AI update its model, it's broken. The tool become broken. So I would expect the era of dispute caused by AI will continue from last year to this year. People will argue a lot about whether or not you have written this document yourself, and it's a pain for us who are doing honest work, academic work, to be accused of using AI, right? Sometimes we submit paper and it was flagged by the publisher because they use some tools. I would suggest that we protect ourselves by keeping all the history of edits, like track change in Microsoft Word or in Google Doc to prove that. Some people even go so far as to record video of themselves typing the work. But it should not have come to that, because after consulting many AI experts in the field, I find that as of early 2025, there's no tool that can truly detect AI generated writing 100%. Any tool, especially commercial tools that claim 100% accuracy, they are all out to get your money. You should not trust them. And this makes life difficult for both students and professor, because there's no tool reliable to use to tell you how hard it is to detect AI writing. OpenAI released some ChatGPT detecting tool, but they have to shut it down because they admit that it's not accurate. But some people heard about this and they thought it was good news. So that means I can use AI to write my work, and without worrying that I don't have to worry that other people will detect it as AI, right? But in fact, no, they can smell it probably. Sometimes they cannot prove, but they can be suspicious for some phrases. This is a graph of some mentioning of the word commendable. This is when ChatGPT was released about 2023. And you see that sometimes after that, at some point after that, the word commendable, innovative, meticulous, notable, intricate, versatile happens a lot more frequently in academic papers. And people are suspicious that it's because of ChatGPT, right? So this suspicious paper often receive low review score. Submit right before the deadline. The authors rarely respond to other rebuttals, and they often originated from certain countries in around Asia. Here, I would not say which one, right? So, and these are another set of words that people have found that it was increased in the frequency of usage after ChatGPT was released, especially the word delve at some point. Even ChatGPT kind of make a joke on itself that don't mind me just doing some delving today, because it says at some point it says that word quite a lot. And I would say that these are all AI telltale, the word that's kind of like เบาะแส, the telltale that tip off that is probably written by AI. If you see a lot of these words or phrase a lot in the essay, these are some examples of the words, and these are some examples of the phrases. Some phrases are very obvious, like as an AI language model. Apologies for the confusion. In conclusion, or it's important to note and consider. ChatGPT says this word a lot, right? So, but these examples constantly change. There are people keeping track of it, but I'm not sure if they are up to date. They should not be taken as absolute, right? And the same database about Thai language is still in development. I don't know if it's good or not, so I didn't put it here. And another way to combat to enforce transparency in AI usage, some people use something called AI content watermark. And for example, like a picture created by AI here has a little watermark on the corner here. This is a this is a watermark that indicates it was created by a system called DALL-E version 2, right? This visible watermark has a benefit of transparency, showing that the work was done by AI. But the visible watermark has some drawback too, because this I just grabbed it from a page called logo here, like a meme page in Thai. But the content is not important. The content of the meme is not important. The important is that they put their logo and credit on the bottom and jokingly says, if you are a bad person, you can cut out the credit here. I put the perforation here already so that you can cut it out, right? So the visible watermark can be easily removed by bad actors, but it's not easy to apply the watermark to text. You can add it to image, but not text, right? And it can be distracting or clutter. So there is a research, an intense research in terms of invisible watermark to mark the content that was generated by generative AI. With our eyes, our human eyes cannot see the watermark, but the software can detect it. But this approach would require the AI developer like OpenAI, Meta, or Google to cooperate, to put this code to produce the watermark in their system in order for it to work. And the watermark is not 100% foolproof, but it makes the tampering more difficult. The challenge will be whether or not people will cooperate or not, because these companies do fight a lot. We have to wait and see, right? And the watermark may have some effect on privacy, because it puts some information into the image that the author, the maker of the image cannot see itself. And we have to see whether it will be used later on. It was revealed last year that OpenAI internally has a tool that can detect a text written by ChatGPT with almost 100% accuracy. How can it do that? Because it was a model by itself. It owns the model of ChatGPT, and it modifies the model to put an invisible watermark in the text, right? So it knows how to detect its own text that is produced. But it cannot detect the text produced by other AI tools, right? So they were debating about releasing these tools just to academic institutions so that professors have it, but students do not have it. But they, at the end, their conclusion was that maybe if we release it to professor, it will be leaked to students anyway. And if the students have these tools, they will just use it to tweak their writing so that it's not detected anymore. So it will become even harder for teachers to detect students' writing. So this is a chicken and egg problem, and it's very hard to solve. I just want you to know that it's not easy to develop these tools. So we currently don't have it yet. But we are a good person, right? So we will always disclose the use of AI. If you use it, say it. That's the bottom line. Okay, so let's look at the data a little bit. This one is very short. So we have all kinds of data that must be protected from AI, whether it's personal data, the organization's data, or the third-party data. Third-party data means the customers or students or research volunteers, research subjects, the patients or the service recipients, right? In the term of use by OpenAI, it says that they will use our data to train their AI, but we have a right to opt out of this process. So if you are concerned about the data, you can turn off the AI training here. Just to give you my preference, tell you my preference, I actually did not turn it off. I'm okay with them using the data because I never put any confidential data in there anyway, right? But if you want to be careful, you can visit the privacy request portal and turn the AI training off here. The question to ask is that whether they delete it for real, I think they do. When do they delete it? หรือลบกี่โมง They don't delete it right away. Once they receive your request, it may happen in the next week. And is it too late to delete it? Because sometimes if we already leak some bad information, it might already get into the model that will be released next time. It may be impossible to delete it from the model itself, but they can only delete it from the database that used to train future models. So the key here is that if you have something important, something trade secret or something like that, don't give that information away to OpenAI in the first place. Don't just hope that let's give it to them and ask them to delete it later. It may not work that way. And you can turn off the training by going to the setting, and right here you see improve model for everyone. You see it here. It's turned on by default. Data control. But this one is a very strange language. Improve the model for everyone. This means use your data to train AI, right? This is very bad. They should have written right away, like clearly that use your data to train AI. Right? It's not very transparent at all. So if you don't want it, you can turn it off, and hope that they believe you. Right? You can turn it off. I think I turned mine off and on just for fun. I don't care. But the question to ask is that can we trust them to turn it off? I think we can. Is it effective for the data in the past? No. It doesn't happen retroactively. Do we do it once and for all? No. Actually, if we turn it off on the computer, anything we share on the cell phone will be used to train AI. We have to turn it off on the cell phone as well, on every single device. They make it so that you forgot to do it. I have to tell you, this is how they get a lot of data to train AI, right? And even if you turn this off, don't share your secret because you cannot trust them. The system may have some bugs intentionally or unintentionally, and it may leak information anyway. If you are an organization, you can apply for a team account, and it will cost more for like $25 a month, and it will turn this AI training off by default by paying $5 a month. I don't see a reason to pay it. And there was some scandal happened in the past where a user sees another user's private data leak from ChatGPT. It was a bug. It has already been fixed, hopefully. And deleting doesn't mean forgetting. ลบไม่ได้ช่วยให้ลืม คุณอิง Deleting doesn't mean forgetting. It means that if the language model already learns the data, it might be too late to delete it because it's not like deleting a file. In a neural network, we don't know which neurons were affected by the data that you gave the AI model. So they cannot possibly delete it from the model. They can only delete it from the database, right? There was an issue with AI deepfake and voice. Actually, let me skip this because I don't want to listen to Trump. Just kidding, because it's not directly related to our case. But let's look at the proper limit for AI use in academia, right? By the way, we probably take a break about 2:40 for 10 minutes. Is that okay? But right now I want to continue in this slide first, then we take a break after this, right? In about 10 minutes. So we have learned a lot of techniques, and we have seen a lot of scandals like this paper here. It was retracted, and when they have a retraction, they mention the name of the author, the institution, the reviewer, the editor, and the journal. And this creates bad reputation for everyone involved. This is a serious academic misconduct. And I hope that we don't ever have to have this scandal here happen from happen to researchers in Thailand ever, right? And it damaged the reputation of the researcher and also the trust in the whole academic community. So it's a big thing. And if you look at ChatGPT, when you ask about some current situation, sometimes it will say that as of my last knowledge update in January 2022, there was no clear information about that, right? So it will not answer it. It will give this standard phrase. And people have looked at Google Scholar academic papers, and they found that after ChatGPT was released, this phrase, as of my last knowledge update, was put in a lot of academic papers unrelated to AI and many other similar phrases. So that means a lot of researchers just cheat by using ChatGPT without even reading the output. Otherwise, they would have removed it. โกงไม่เนียน it's a low effort cheating. So and some paper they even see this, right? A table of data, and it says, please note that as an AI language model, I am unable to generate specific table or conduct tests. Oh my God, this is like give away too much. Like they just copy and paste without deleting this text here. And so that means the author probably used ChatGPT, and this led to a lot of bans in AI. People ban AI from writing paper. Don't submit any paper written by AI, right? And later on, it evolved into a usage policy that is more accepting to good use of AI. It's like leading journals now say that you can use AI to help refine the writing in your work, but there are some limits on how you can use it. As for the reviewer, there was a story where a reviewer did not actually read the paper, but just feed the paper to ChatGPT and produce an output. And the reviewer number 2 suggests to the author that you should read more papers listed here, but those papers were paper tip, like fake papers. So that's a scandal that led a lot of journals to ban on using AI for the reviewers. But later on, this ban was finally relaxed, and they allow AI usage by reviewer in some circumstances, but not all journals allow it. I want to introduce the AI policy from 2 leading scientific publishers, which some of them are some of the policies are the same, some of the policies are different, and the other publishers in other journals will have their own policies, and it may change over time. So whatever journal you are planning to publish, you should learn about their AI policy before you use any generative AI as part of your workflow. And this is from AAAS, the science community. What can be used? AI can help with writing and presentation, but they require transparency that you must disclose the use in the cover letter and acknowledgements. And in the method section, the author must list the AI usage, record the prompts too, and note which version of ChatGPT that you use or any other AI tools. And the author's responsibility is that you are responsible for accuracy of the paper. You must check for plagiarism and check for bias. What do you mean bias? Because sometimes when AI is writing an outline or a research project for us, it can have some specific intrinsic bias in terms of the data that was used during training. Let's say if we read Western philosophy papers, it usually talk about philosophy from philosophers from Western background, right? It usually just ignores Khongzhi or Eastern thinkers, right? That's a form of systematic bias in the academic community. And when AI is doing some literature review, it can review work that is biased toward Western thinkers as opposed to Eastern or Asian thinkers as well. So that's called bias that will be caused by AI. It's harder to detect than inaccuracy. They prohibit the use of AI in these circumstances. AI cannot be listed as author or co-author. AI cannot be cited. In the citation, you cannot cite ChatGPT. AI and image by AI are not allowed. Oh, so this is so this means that we cannot use the DALL-E for generating image for the journals. We can probably use it to promote the project or to communicate our finding to the public. But as for use in academic journal, this journal prohibited, and the other journal prohibit too. Many other journals prohibit too. And for reviewers, the AAAS do not allow reviewers to use any AI to review the papers, partially because when the reviewer use AI, they would upload the manuscript to the AI system, and that can leak the data. That can make the data leak to other people, and that's bad. So let's take a 10-minute break and we'll come back. Okay, ครับ we look at the policy from AAAS. Let's look at the policy from Springer Nature. This is another leading scientific journal. It has a similar policy in AI use to AAAS, but it's got some difference. Let's look at what is prohibited. It says that AI cannot be listed as co-author. This is the same thing. AI generated images are not allowed. This is the same thing, but it's got some case-by-case exception. And it also says this: non-generative AI tools. It means AI tools that are not generative for image editing are allowed, but must be noted in the caption, which means that if you take a picture with your cell phone, right, and it's got AI enhancer here, that's not generative AI. Like it adjusts the brightness, contrast, fill in the light for you. Like you can use that, but you have to disclose it that you adjust the image with the AI tool, something like that. But unfortunately, generative AI, they don't like it for the picture. It's funny because nature policy does not specify what AI can be used for, which actually means that anything that's not explicitly prohibited is allowed. Like we can interpret it that way. And the author's responsibility is also not explicitly listed, which means that whatever we say your responsibility is that is covered by other part of the policy, it also applies here. So nature is being like a little more succinct than AAAS, but I'm sure that the author is responsible for 100% of the accuracy of the paper is already stated somewhere else in the policy. And for the transparency, same thing here. AI usage must be recorded in the method section. This is the same as AAAS. The difference is that it does not force you to write it in acknowledgement and the cover letter. It's less burdensome for the author. And AI-assisted image editing, non-generative AI, must be noted in the caption of the image. This is what I said earlier. So from this, we can say that it's pretty similar, but for the reviewer is very different. Nature emphasized the trust and confidence in the reviewers that they can be trusted to perform the work, not just give the work to AI to do it. And if AI assistant is used, it must be documented in the review report. Uploading the content is a big no-no because you upload the content to AI, it can leak anywhere. So from our observation, the common theme is that the academic accuracy rests with the author 100%. The AI use must be transparent. It requires the documentation of usage. AI cannot be listed as an author or cited. The confidentiality is important. It's a big concern in the review process. And both of them say that the policies may evolve when time goes on and they learn more about technology. The difference is that the level of details are different and the strictness regarding the reviewer use of AI is different. So let's talk about AI image a little more. If I use this image from AI, right? Einstein wearing กางเกงช้าง elephant pants. Can I use it in my course? Can I use it for teaching? Can I use it for printing and selling? Can I use it in an expensive online course? Is this called commercial use or academic use? It's blurring the line, right? If I consult the term of use of DALL-E, it says that you own both the prompt and the image. But it's got this caveat that the output may not be unique. That means it might resemble someone else's work. And also this word permitted by applicable law. That means any related law, you must obey the law. That means it could be anything that we don't know, right? So it's written in a vague way. It's not direct. That if you see this word, like I own the prompt and the image, you may run with it and sell it on a T-shirt or something like that. It doesn't work that way. Maybe if your work look like Einstein, it would be okay because he's dead. But if your work look like Tom Hanks, you may get sued by his I don't know, his company or something because it resembles his face. So OpenAI does not claim ownership. The image is yours, but it can be used commercially because you paid for this in order to use it, but you cannot stop other people from generating similar image. And if the image looks like a well-known person, it's a gray area. Let's look at this cat created by Midjourney which I said I paid $10 to use it for a month. I love it. There's a free version of Midjourney too. The free users, all the image are Creative Commons, which means you can use it for education or personal use, but not commercial use. But if you use the paid version, you pay for it, you can use it commercially. That means I can sell this image. Actually, I can print it and sell the print as well. But if I'm a company that earns more than $1 million a year, I have to use the pro or the maker plan that pays more. It's not that much more actually. So there's some of the rules here kind of makes sense. If you don't pay for it, you can use it for personal use only. But if you pay for it, the image should be yours to keep, yours to sell, yours to do anything. But you run the risk of copyright or infringement in some superstars likeness at your own risk, because it cannot guarantee that the image will be free from other people's claim. It's just that OpenAI or Midjourney will not claim the ownership of the image against you. So this is the important point. AI images are not accurate. You have seen some pictures about like people having 6 fingers already. But this one is also about the inaccuracy in other way. If I want a pentagon with an enclosing circle, รูปห้าเหลี่ยมมีวงกลมล้อมรอบ I wrote something like this to the AI, and this is what I got from Copilot. This is very wrong, and this is what I got from DALL-E, which is beautiful but also wrong, right? So I have another approach. Instead of asking the AI to draw this geometric shape for me, I can ask the AI to write a computer code, JavaScript code or Python code that draws a pentagon with an enclosing circle for me. This is different. Instead of drawing the picture directly, it will write some code, computer code, which we don't have to understand, but we can run this code and it will produce an image. And in this case, it's a correct image. Yay! But in some cases, the image here may not be correct. So you have to check it as well. But this is one way to get AI to give you a good image, and you can use this image for whatever purpose you want. But it may be easier to just use other program to do it. And we already covered this, that we can fix the mistake in the image. It's called in-painting like this. And then you put a prompt that wear a gold medal, and it will wear a gold medal if you are lucky. It doesn't always obey you. You have seen the problem of hallucination already. This is when I asked about Thai prime ministers, it gives some names. A lot of them are correct, but the titles are all wrong, right? So it gives a mix of true and false information, classic hallucination. It happens to every AI, every language model, not just ChatGPT. It's not predictable. It doesn't intend to lie to you because it doesn't know what is true or false. It's just the nature of the AI. And one way to fix it is to ask the AI to search the internet before it answers your question again to reduce errors, such as look it up. This is a very useful prompt. You say, look it up, it will look up on the internet. And you can verify it manually every time. Okay, if we use any information from AI, we are fully responsible as if we wrote it ourselves, right? And in some textbook they call hallucination by another name is called confabulation. Let's try AI to summarize news on the BBC page here. Similar to what we did with the Ocean Gate, the submarine, right? But this is a lot of news, a lot of topics. Summarize table, person, role, important information, and it's got this, right? And you see that it's not everyone. So this is called ChatGPT being lazy. It stopped answering before completing the work. It happens when it wants to reduce the CPU usage at high traffic. So it usually happens at night on Thai weekdays. ตอนกลางคืนวันธรรมดาครับของไทย it doesn't happen during the daytime because why? Because right now people in the West in America are sleeping. In Europe are sleeping. People there use it for work a lot. So at night in Thailand they use a lot of ChatGPT over there, causing the server to get busy and it will get lazy for us. So there is a theory that toward the end of the year, like Christmas time, ChatGPT will become lazier because people take winter break at that time and ChatGPT learns that behavior. I'm not sure if that's correct, but a lot of people observe it. This problem can be mitigated by using follow-up prompts like, is that complete, is that all, or expanded. Let's say, if I say, is that complete? It will give us 3 more people on the list. And if I keep doing that, finally, it will go to everyone, right? And there is a very strange technique called tip the model, right? You can say, if you do a good job, I will tip you $100. ถ้าน้องทำดีพี่จะให้ทิป This is for real. Some people experimented with it. And if you offer tips to ChatGPT, it will answer longer. The response length will be longer compared to if you say, I will not tip, it's like this. If you say, I will tip $20, it's longer. If you say, I will tip you $200, the response will be even longer. Longer means answer more completely. So you can try this and see for yourself. I'm not sure how it works, but you actually don't have to pay it. You just lie to it that you'll give $100. But one day when AI takes over the world, they may knock on your door and ask for the money back. So I don't know. So UNESCO published a very useful report here that is a guideline on how to use generative AI, which work should be used, which work is suitable for use with generative AI. And it starts with asking, does it matter if the output is true? If it doesn't matter, if it's like producing a fun song or a fun image, you can use ChatGPT right away. But if it matters, if yes, it matters that it's correct, you have to ask yourself whether you have the expertise to verify the output. If you don't have the expertise, you don't use ChatGPT. But if you do have the expertise, you ask another question. Are you willing to take the risk? Are you willing to take the full responsibility? If it is inaccurate, if you miss the mark, right? If you cannot accept the risk, don't use ChatGPT. If you are able to take the risk, then okay, go ahead, use it with caution. So that's a very useful guideline. So with this guideline, you may ask, oh no, so I cannot use it for anything useful because if I already know how to do something, I just do it myself. Why do I use AI for it? the answer is that there are some kind of work that is worth using AI. The first kind of work is the one that some tasks don't require 100% accuracy, like writing fiction, writing memory aids, study aids, right? Some story to remember something, or brainstorming, or some fun art. And some tasks require 100% accuracy, but it's easier and faster for us to verify the result than to do it yourself, right? Such as writing a meeting summary. For example, this meeting by Zoom, they have an AI tool that transcribe all the text that I talk. And since it is in English, it's probably doing a good job, better than Thai language, right? So you can use the transcript here, which I will share with you. I'm not sure if it was turned on or not, though. But you can use the transcript maybe from the YouTube video too, to feed into AI and make a summary for you, and you can verify the summary whether it's accurate or not, and that's faster than you doing the summary yourself from the start. So that's the kind of work that's suitable for AI. A little bit about data security. If you use AI to analyze data and you work on an important dangerous project like virus, DNA, and you upload it to ChatGPT, it may happen that this data is leaked to some terrorist, and it will become another pandemic on your hand, right? So be careful. The same thing can happen with trade secrets or research project that can leak to other labs before you publish it. So never share your personal data with generative AI. Never share third-party data without consent, and never share any organization secret with generative AI. There are, of course, some exceptions, but you have to be very careful. An important question is that, can AI really create new original ideas? Let's listen to this person. Not actually listen, I'll just read the excerpt from his interview. Steven Spielberg gave an interview that I love anything that is created not by a computer, but by a human person. When a human person uses medium of digital tools to express themselves and say something that is fantastic. It means that on the first glance, it looks like Spielberg is saying that he hates AI art, right? Art created by AI. But actually, no. He said he only loves something created by human. But if human use AI as a tool, he doesn't mention AI here, but he said digital tools. Use any digital tool to create that art, then he loves it. But it has to be a human being behind it. The same thing I think is true with research work. If you do some research and you put your thought behind it, even if you use AI tools here and there in the brainstorming process, in the writing process, if allowed by the journal, by the publisher, but you put your thought, your work, you walk to the site, you do the interviews, you do the observations yourself, then that's a valuable research to do and to publish. And the same thing here as well. The value is in the human being, not in the AI tool. But the AI tool can help you get the work done more accurately, can get the work done sooner, faster. So that's how we want to use AI in our work. The next part will be data analysis, which I'm sure some of you will have to do quantitative analysis. I'm not sure if it's done a lot or not, but I hope. So I titled this part of the talk called Excel, which everybody loves Excel, right? But sometimes we forget how to use the complex formula. AI can help and see how it can help. This is a fictional data that I made up, but let's pretend that this is the real data. It's got the student name here. It's got the two scores from the two exams. And we haven't summed it up for the total yet. We want to calculate the grade for each student. This one is an example from classroom, but you can think about it as any research data as well. And in the end, we want to count how many people receive an A, how many people receive a B, and so on. And this is the advanced stuff. This is only 10 students, right? But in the real use, maybe we have 1,000 students, and we want to be able to type the name here and report the score and the grade of that student here. So this is the Excel sheet that we have, and we want it to we want to see if we can fill in the blanks here. And I will share the link to the table so that you can, if you want, you can download it and follow along or try it again later. tinyurl.com/inktable. Because there was a Thai table earlier and I changed it to English. Let's say let's pretend that this real data is also confidential. So we cannot leak it to anyone, right? So let's see how if we can work on that. So I have my data right here. Okay. So there are 4 ways we can ask help in Excel. 4 ways to do it. And the first way is to simply ask the question without uploading anything. For example, we say that we want the formula to calculate the grade from the total score in D2. And I want A equals 80 score, 80 points and up. And it will suggest a formula for us. Or we can upload a file, that file, and specify the cell that we want. Let's say we want suggest the formula for D2. And from the structure of the file, it will understand that D2 is the sum of exam 1 and exam 2. And it will suggest the formula. But this one is dangerous because we have to upload the confidential file, right? We can explain the meaning of the cell and ask for the formula. For example, this one, we explain that H9, the user will type the name in H9, and we want you to search for it and report the score and grade in H10 and H11. And it will give us the formula. And we can tell it to be able to lock the formula and drag the formula down. This one we will see during the demo. We can ask it to double check if it's correct. We see the error, we can ask really or double check. Or one useful tool is to ask for 5 ways to do something and ask it for pros and cons, brief explanation, table format, and number the rows here. So there are many ways to protect our data. And without speaking too much, let's go ahead and do it, right? So this is our real data, supposedly. And I want to be able to change this data first so that we can ask ChatGPT to help us fill in the table. So at first, from the original table, I will ask it to make a copy. And by the way, you can go here and download the Excel file here too, right? But now I'll create a copy. of the table. And this one, we will say that we use fake name. Right? We will change the name to fake names. And how do we come up with fake names? We can use name 1, name 2, name 3, but that's lame, right? So we will ask ChatGPT, give me 10 names of cartoon characters, 1 per line. No need for numbers. English name. Oops. All right. We have 10 names here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10. These are fake names. When we do this, we protect the privacy of our students. But let's say this score here, the distribution of the scores are also confidential. Let's think about it as maybe your sales number from like restaurant. Even if we don't say the branch of the restaurant, if the sales numbers leak, the competitors can get a feeling on how well your business is doing. So let's fake the data too. I'll shuffle the data, randomize range, and change it around a little bit. Okay, you can change it a little more. But now this file is safe to upload to ChatGPT because we have faked the name, we have faked the numbers. It's called proxy data. It's a representative of the real data. So I'm going to download that into Excel file, and with ChatGPT, I'll upload this file. Okay, and let's look at our table. Table is like this. We want the formula for D2, but this one is easy because it's just the sum of B and C, right? So let's ask for it. Suggest a formula for D2. It loads the file. It analyzes the file. It says that it's total, it should be total. So it should be a sum of exam 1 and exam 2. So this is the formula B2 plus C2. We copy the formula and, oh wait, tinyurl.com/ ing table. Copy. So I uploaded the fake data version to ChatGPT, but in here I will fill in to the real version because I want to know the real result. So I put the formula here, B2 plus C2, and then I fill in the formula, right? So this is the total. Now let's get the grade. I want the formula for the grade to be in this E2 E2 cell, right? So it will look at the total here from D2, and we want the grade to be grade A to be 80 and grade B to be 70, right? So I can say this. Suggest formula for E2. I use I want A to be 80 and up. So it analyzed that it's supposed to be the grade, right? And it suggests the formula here. Use if, right? If you know the formula that you want to use, let's say if I know IFS, this is a simpler form of if. If you have many if statement in Excel, you can do if here. You can tell it to use this command. And that's the formula. If D2 greater than or equal to 80 is A, greater than or equal to 70 is B. So the formula makes sense. You copy it and then you put it here. And then you fill in the formula. All right, we have 2 people getting F. We have 3 people getting A, right? So now let's look at H3. H3. This one is more difficult, right? We have to count the number of people who receive an A, right? Which we can count with our eyes because it's just 10 people, right? A is 1, 2, 3, just 3, right? We can just use our eyes to count. But let's pretend that we have 1,000 students and we do not want to count with our eyes. So we can say that suggest formula for H3, which is counting the number of students who get the grade specified by the nearby cell. Why did I not say number of students who receive A? Because I want this to be general, all right? This one will look at this column and see A, right? And it counts the number of A. And this, for this cell, it will look at the nearby column and sees B. And it will count the number of students who receive B, right? So I send this to ChatGPT. And it tells me to use the count if function and refers to the number to count as G3. So let's copy this and paste it here. Count if. See, 3 is that correct, right? And if we drag the formula down, you see that this counts the number of B. That's true. 2 people receive B. 2 people receive C. Where is C? Here, C. And one person receive a D and 2 people receive F. So that's correct, right? So this formula count if. Maybe you know it already, but now you can, if you ever forget, you can ask ChatGPT for it. And this one is difficult. We want people to type the name. Let's say if I write Mira here should give 83 as the score and grade A, right? But now it doesn't do that because it doesn't have any formula here yet. So I'm gonna tell ChatGPT the user will type the student's name in H9. This is H9. And search for it and report the score and grade in H10 and H11. Report the score and grade in H10 and H11. Suggest formula for H10 and H11. Let's see. It uses VLOOKUP for H10 here. Have you used VLOOKUP? It's a very useful command in Excel, but it's quite difficult to use. And for H11 here, we can try it. But let's say I actually know some function that's easier to read than VLOOKUP. It's called XLOOKUP. I can ask it this way. Can you give me 5 ways to do it? Give me pros and cons. ข้อดีข้อเสีย brief explanation. You have to say brief, otherwise it will be very, very long. Table format, number the rows. I asked for 5 ways to do it. I trust that this way is correct, but I want to see other ways. VLOOKUP, index match, XLOOKUP. Actually, this is what I was looking for. Filter and sum if. So let's try XLOOKUP because this one is the new formula for the latest version of Excel. When I say Excel, I also mean Google Sheet. And this is for H11. And it's give pros and cons. Pros is that easier syntax, allow for not found message. And the con is that it's not available in older version of Excel. And you see the score comes and the grade comes. Mira has 83 and received an A. And let's see, Lily should be 38 F. Ronan should be 60 and C. Oh, sorry, Ronan. And if I type my name, Mark, not found, right? If I leave blank, not found, right? So I would say that this formula is so easy. Maybe you don't need AI to do it. This one is a little more involved, but these two are definitely not easy, not for beginners, right? And when you use Excel for collecting your research data, I'm sure at some point you will need to look up information from different tables, different sheets, and this XLOOKUP and VLOOKUP will be very useful, and you can ask ChatGPT to help you with that. And notice that when I upload the file to ChatGPT, I did not upload the real data. I upload the fake data. It doesn't know my real data. So my data is always safe because this one, I pretend that it's a confidential data, right? But let's try another way. What if the scenario change? What if the data is not confidential? What if this one can be made public? Let's say I don't care if it's leaked, right? I can download the file here, the original data, and I will open another window of ChatGPT here. A new one. and then I'll just upload this image, upload this blank file, the real data. And I'll ask this. Look at this table. Can you fill in total and grade? I want A 80 point and up. So this is the original table. It doesn't have score. It doesn't have total and grade. And ChatGPT is doing something here. It's writing Python code, actually. It's amazing. This is behind the scene. And it has updated the score. See? That's the score by ChatGPT and the grade. Let's compare it to our result. It's the same thing, right? So ChatGPT can do the work for you if you trust it with your information. My point is that you should not trust it with confidential information. This is just a test. And you can ask this too. How many people got A, B, C, and so on? And it tells me 3 got A, 2 got B, 2 got C, 2 got F. And I believe that's correct. That's the same thing here, right? So I want to say, give me a histogram of grade. And it gives you this picture of the histogram. You can download the picture here. That's the picture of the histogram. 3 people got an A. One person got a dog. And you can adjust the scale of the axis here too, because 0.5 people doesn't make sense. And you can ask short histogram comparing exam 1 and exam 2 versus exam 2. Oh, it's hard to look. Two separate histograms, same axis scale. Oh, the histogram doesn't make sense because the score are the bin size is large. So we have to work on that. But anyway, when you receive a graph like this, you can actually look at the Python code behind it, and this code, even though we may not be a programmer, this code may be useful for putting it in the acknowledgement section or the appendix section of your paper if you ever use it for the real thing, because it gives transparency on how the chart was calculated, how the histogram was calculated, so other people will be able to check the accuracy of the data. So that's how we use ChatGPT to help us on Excel while we protect the confidentiality of the data too. So we have seen 4 ways to do it and 3 ways to protect our sensitive data. Which first one is called local analysis. Second one is called anonymization, and third one is called proxy. For the local analysis, this strategy, we never upload anything to ChatGPT. We simply ask the question, give me an Excel formula, count number of A in column E, something like that. And then we use that formula in our own machine. We analyze, we ask for a program or a code, Python program, to analyze the data. Write a Python code, Excel file with column name like this, and calculate the grade. Total from the total with A equals 80. Count the number of students who receive A through F, output as a CSV file. So if we do this, it's gonna give a Python code, and we can run this Python program on our own computer, while the Excel file stays always on our own computer, and we look at the output. Nobody else sees the output. This one, we always keep the data to ourselves. It's 100% secure, as long as we don't expose the structure of the file too much. The second approach is anonymization, where we have the real name here, and then we change the name to a cartoon characters or fake names, pseudonyms, any kind of names. And also we change the numbers to something else too. But maybe we just change the name if the numbers are not too sensitive. And we upload the fake name versions to ChatGPT, and then we can ask the question, count the number of students who receive A through F, just like what I did here. And then when we get the result, we can change back the names later. This time, we have to upload file for analysis. We keep the number unchanged. We request the formula, and we analyze the data directly on the platform. This one is not 100% safe. As I said, every time we upload a file with the original numbers, we have to be careful, because the distribution of the data is exposed to the world, and we risk the data being leaked, and we cannot use this for highly confidential data. And the third way is a compromise between the first two approach. The first approach, local analysis, is safe, but we have to type a lot of things. It's a lot of manual work. The second approach is not safe, but it's convenient. The third approach, we change the name, we change the numbers too. We put in fake numbers, and we upload the fake data. It's called proxy, because it stands in for the real data on our computer. We ask AI for the formula by saying, suggest formula for cell D2, find formula for cell E2, something like that. And then we use that formula to analyze the file locally on our machine using the real data. This way, with the proxy approach, we replace all data with the fake values. We keep the structure unchanged. We upload the file to AI, request the formula but not the result, and use the formula to analyze locally. It is as safe as the local analysis. Almost. Why? Okay, you see. The pro is that we don't have to type detailed explanation. The con is that the data must be fake and that takes time to do it, right? But the thing that we have to be careful is the file name, the sheet's name, the metadata in the file may still contain sensitive information. For example, if we are McDonald's, and we have a secret location, right? We haven't announced to the public yet that we will have McDonald's in I don't know. McDonald in Maejo University, something like that, right? Maejo University is right next to my house. And it doesn't have it yet, but it's in the business plan. And that Maejo University is the name of a tab in the Excel file. And we upload it to ChatGPT. It could be that that file is leaked, and now the competitor knows that we will have a secret branch there that can open at any moment, and maybe Burger King will just cut off and open a branch there before us, something like that. just a sample scenario, right? So we have to be careful with that. So I would say this is almost as safe as local analysis. It's not 100%. It depends on your level of care in faking the data and changing the name of the files too. So we see three approaches: local analysis, anonymization, and proxy. You pick and choose which one to use when you have to analyze any numerical quantitative data with ChatGPT. Okay, I hope that's useful. And before I go to the final part of the talk, I have to say, for the approaches that we have seen so far, notice that everything is about us taking control of the data, taking control of the ideas, but then we use AI as a tool to maybe translate it for us, summarize it for us, or give us some ideas to choose from. But for the next part of the tool, it will be different. It will be more of us putting our taking a rest on the intelligence level, but then asking the AI to perform the intelligent task for us. And this has some danger level to it in a higher sense than before, because earlier we take creative control of the whole thing, but the next phase, AI will gradually take some creative control from us. It sounds like science fiction, but it's a reality for today, and it will only get better and better as time goes on. Whether you call it better and better or worse and worse, depend on your perspective. But let's try it. It doesn't hurt to try. But don't trust AI too much about it. Yet the result will be impressive, but I don't want you to trust it from the first glance. We have to really read the output in order to see whether AI output is should be a grade A result or actually just a grade C result. Okay, without talking too much, let me, oops, I pressed the wrong button again. Sorry. Okay. Let me just go into the last part of the talk. By the way, what is our schedule? Do we have until about 4:30? I hope it's not 4 o'clock.
Yes, 4.
4?
Right.
You said 4, not 4:30?
No.
Not 4:30, really? Can I have 4:10 negotiate?
Yeah,
4:10, maybe 10:12? Okay, I'll talk fast. Sorry, I thought we have until 4:30. But anyway, let's look at deep thinking and reasoning. This is the latest form of AI. There's something called reasoning models, which works like this. OpenAI has this O1, O3, O3 mini. It starts with O for OpenAI. DeepSeek has DeepThink R1. And Google has Gemini Advanced. Right? So, it has Gemini Advanced Thinking. This word, thinking, is a reasoning model. What do I mean by reasoning model? It means it's more expensive. It's got some price to it, but some of them you can find it for free too. Some of them cost as much as $200, right? So the traditional model will just answer your question right away with intuition, สัญชาตญาณ but for the reasoning model, it will take time to think step by step before the final answer, and that means it involves more cost to the provider, and they will charge you more for it later on. On the traditional AI, all the output words, tokens, are shown to us right away. But for the reasoning AI, there are some hidden thinking tokens, which can be shown on some models. Some models, they do not show it. In the traditional AI, it's a black box thinking. It's difficult to explain the decision, but for the reasoning model, it's more transparent about the thinking process. For the traditional AI, we have learned some prompt engineering techniques called chain of thought that was required to make the result look better. But for the reasoning AI, there is no need for chain of thought anymore. It's magic. It's done it inside the model by itself. Let's take a look at the math example here. How many of you know this program IQ 180 ใครเกิดทันบ้างฮะ Okay, when I was a kid, I watched this program, and there would be like high school students competing to like try to make this 49119 บวกลบคูณหาร plus minus multiply until you get 48, and who comes up with the answer first, press the button and then answer and get the prize, right? So this is how it works. And how to make 48 from 49119. I tried this on non-reasoning model like ChatGPT 4o, right? This is the old model, right? It failed. See, it's not 49119. It cheat. It's got more than 19, right? And I tried on DeepSeek. It also failed, right? So I try again with reasoning model from ChatGPT 01, and this is what we got. At first, it tried to cheat by using 49 to putting 49 together to make 49 and then minus 1 from it, right? So it reminds me of a news story that say AI will cheat in chess by hacking the chess engine when it knows it cannot win, right? So is it trying to cheat? Maybe my instruction was not clear. So I try to make it clearer, no concatenation, and then it comes up with this correct answer. It's used some factorial, but that's okay. It's not very well known. 4 factorial is like 1 times 2 times 3 times 4. That's 24. And then if you times that by 2, it's 48. So that's correct. So, and I want you to see this. It says reason for 53 seconds. That's a lot of time for AI to think before answering us. And when you click on it, it shows a little bit about the thinking process here, which you can read it here, which of course we will not read it. but if you read it, it's fascinating on how it goes about solving these math problems. It's amazing because AI earlier version will not do this for us. Will not show the thinking process, but now it shows the thinking and reasoning and logical process, right? And it comes up with the more correct final answer. And I tried the same thing with DeepThink R1, this time DeepSeek has a reasoning mode where you can request a reasoning model and it comes up with the correct answer. But the thinking process, look at this, it's very, very detailed. It's different models have a different style of thinking. This one think a lot. It looks like it takes in some caffeine or something like that. And Gemini Advanced has a very concise thinking process. It comes up with a correct answer as well, and be among the three is the fastest. And this is the thinking process. It's much shorter. Actually, I would say this is the best solution, right? So this is just for a math problem, but we can try it for some other problem as well. And but we can ask about what impact does Daniel Kahneman, do you know this guy? Like he Nobel Prize winner, have on social science. Actually, let's do this. We only have a few minutes. Let's give me one truly novel insight about cats, right? And we ask ChatGPT here, DeepSeek here, and Gemini here. Turn on the deep think. And this one you have to use O1. And for Gemini, you have to use the thinking experiment. And DeepSeek still thinking. This guy still thinking. Focus on novel insight, highlight the novel trend, highlight emerging trend, examining feline communication, and it answers us. One of the most intriguing insight about cat is that they can be fooled by optical illusion in ways similar to human. Okay, I didn't know that. That's pretty novel insight. Let's see. DeepSeek is still thinking. So I need to come up with a truly novel insight. First, common knowledge. Cat purr when they are happy. Maybe look into recent scientific study. Another angle, cat social behavior. Wait, I read something about cat recognizing their owner voice. Oh, let's see. Alternatively, another study suggests cat use physical-based heuristic. Oh my God, it still doesn't finish thinking. And Gemini use deconstruct the request, brainstorm initial characteristic, look for metaphor and analogy, consider the novelty aspect, explore scientific angle. Oh my God, it's thinking a lot. And then it answer, cat exists in a state of perpetual liminality. What does it mean? Making them living embodiment of the in-between spaces of reality. Wow, this is like Zen something, right? This is very profound. I don't actually understand it. But okay, ChatGPT answer. Cats have evolved a manipulative purring technique known as solicitation purring, which embed a high frequency cry, 220 hertz, with their normal purr. This sounds closely mimic frequency of human infants cry. แมวเรียนแบบลูกมนุษย์ exploiting human innate sensitivity to such noise. Research suggests this hybrid purr select by cat to signal urgency and trigger faster, more nurturing response from human. Oh my God, this is novel. This is why when the cat call me for food or they want to exit the door, I cannot ignore it because it sounds like human baby, right? So this is human insight about cat, and you can try it for yourself on DeepSeek. DeepSeek is free. The thinking model is free, but OpenAI you have to pay for it. Or maybe it's free. I don't know. They change the policy so many times. But this is what Lex Fridman, a very popular podcaster, try. Give me one truly novel insight about human. And this is what I really love. Humans are the only species that turn raw materials into symbolic resources, then use these symbolic resources to reorganize the materials they come from, creating a closed feedback loop between meaning and matter. Wow, this is life philosophy, right? Created by ChatGPT, and DeepSeek create some very good observation as well. Gemini is very good too. So the prompt was inspired by him, and sometimes the thinking model like Grok is an AI, a new AI by Twitter or X by Elon Musk, and people ask about who is the biggest disinformation spreader on Twitter, who lie a lot, who lie the most in Twitter, and it was thinking. And in the thinking process, people detect that there was some censorship because the AI is thinking about Elon Musk, and it says that the web talk about Elon Musk being the source of this information, but the instruction, the higher instruction says that to ignore any source that mention Elon Musk or Donald Trump spreading misinformation. So this actually expose แฉ AI แฉบริษัทตัวเองครับ it exposed the censorship within this company on the product. So this is some unintended funny consequences. Let's skip this part. Let's get to deep research. Oh, this one, I'm glad we have about 5 minutes for it because this one will blow your mind. Example of deep research tools. OpenAI will cost you $200. I didn't pay for it. I paid only $20. I cannot get it. You have to pay $200. For Stanford University has a tool that you can use for free. It's $0. I'll type it in the meeting chat because I forgot to put it on the slide. Stanford Storm. Google it. You can use it for free, right? And Perplexity, another company, it costs $20, but you can try it for free. And Google, it costs $20. I'm trying it right now, but there's a 1-month free trial. So that's pretty good deal. I'm not paying at this point. But if I continue to pay, it will be just $20 a month. And it looks like it's $20, and I'm not advertising for Google, by the way, but I think it's a good deal because you get 2 terabyte of storage too. And if you were to pay for 2 terabyte alone without AI, it will cost you $100 per year. But if you use AI too, it will cost $240 per year. So the difference is about $140 per year. So about $15, $10 to $15 a month. So that's not much. If you use it though, if you don't use it, that's a lot of money. Let's do some research. I want to do some deep research about coding education, like programming, right? That's what I work on. Coding education, computer programming in the era of AI. You probably don't care about this prompt, but let's just ignore the prompt, but let's look at how it works in deep research. So I wrote a prompt like this, and I gave a little more details on what I want, just like when you are assigning a research questions to your helper, to your research assistant. I copy this prompt, paste it on Google Deep Research, and this is what I got. It actually, why don't I just try it for real? I shouldn't show the slide. I should show the real thing. Gemini. This is amazing. You have to choose here, deep research. And I press the prompt here. Actually, let me use a more interesting prompt. Do you know this guy, Malcolm Gladwell? A very famous author. Maybe use this one, over tourism concern in Thailand. Okay. You know, a lot of people come to Thailand like Phuket or Pai or something like that, and sometimes there's a concern about people taking over the place and a lot of people from abroad making it more expensive for everyone to live here, and over tourism concern in Thailand with perspective from other countries. I should probably write longer prompt, but we don't have time, so let's do it. I want a report on this, and it takes just a few seconds not to make the answer. This is not the answer from Google. This is just the research plan. Let's look at the plan. Find article discussing over-tourism in Thailand. Find article discussing the impact of over-tourism in Thailand on environment, culture, and economy. Find article about other country dealing with over-tourism. Find article and report discussing sustainable tourism practice. Find article about perspective of tourists from different country. Find article about the role of Thai government. I want to edit the plan. And I tell it to look at some academic journal as well. Focus on opportunity as well. And it will take 1 second or a couple seconds to revise the research plan. This is amazing. This is just like a good research assistant. It comes back with the updated plan for you that it want to find some academic journal discussing over tourism in Thailand. And if we are okay with this research plan, we click start research. And now it will take about maybe 5 minutes to do it, which we will not wait, by the way. But you see, it's already read 8 websites here on the right hand side. And it's gonna read more websites, 19 websites. It could go up to 20, 30 websites, right? And it will take time to compose the narrative together into a report. But since we do not want to wait for it, let's look at something that I have already done. This is about research about coding in Thailand. So it finished. When it's creating report, it looks like this. When it finished, it gives you the report here. You can look at the report, and this is like how different MIT, different university deal with this coding AI situation. And I can ask it to throw away the report and write a new one, update it in some way, right? Focus on academic website, look at AI coding tool, something like that. And when it finished, I can press this button, open in Google Doc. And this is a Google Doc of the report. You can actually edit it like a real paper and change the font or whatever, copy paste, right? And it's got this citation, and I can tell you that, okay, it tells you a little bit about Andrew, Bill Gates, Elon Musk. I can tell it to get rid of Elon Musk from the report. Analyze the theme of the other expert opinion, make a table, show a disagreement. And it makes a nice table for me to understand the report better. And that's how we got to the research here. Oh, so it's not done yet. It usually takes about 10 minutes, which tells you how much it spent on researching this for us. And the result, I will tell you, if you try it yourself, you'll see the result on the first glance looks very good. And this is from Google, but if you try it from OpenAI, I heard that it might be even better in some cases. I haven't tried. I cannot afford it. But there's an article which I'll end my talk here. The article from Economist asking the danger of relying on OpenAI deep research tool. First of all, there's a limitation. This tool cannot do primary research for us. It cannot do interview, surveys, or behavior observation for us. It can only do lit review, right? But there are three major issues. First is data creativity. It means that if we ask for complex data analysis, it cannot do that. It relies mostly on available data rather than deep insight or some hidden statistics that only economists or people in the field knows about. Second problem is the tyranny of the majority. That means if a lot of people hold the same view, the contrary view, the opposing view will not be represented equally in the research work. It prioritizes accepted views rather than a niche expertise. The third problem is the intellectual shortcut that we take, or maybe we call intellectual laziness on our part, that if we just, instead of doing the reading by myself, I rely on deep research to do this for me too many times. Pretty soon, I will gradually lose the ability to critical thinking, to read the long paper and come up with opinion by myself. And if it writes too much about it for me, I lose the opportunity to write it myself. And when I write something, I usually find the flaw in my logic. And that flaw, I can go back and fix the problem and make the argument even stronger by writing and thinking about something. Some people say writing is the same as thinking. And if we don't write too much anymore, if we rely on these tools, maybe we will lose the ability for us to form independent opinion, which is very dangerous. So use it with care. I think overall it will become very useful for your work. You should definitely try it. At least use the free trial version and don't forget to cancel before 1 month, right? and see the feel for yourself. But don't ever submit the result by AI to any journal because people will know and you will lose your hard-earned reputation. But for your own studying, I think it will be very useful. Always remember, the Gen AI will hallucinate or may know at superficial level. Generative AI can be lazy and never let the AI think for you to the point that you stop thinking. Okay, with that wise word, I will stop the talk here. So thank you very much for your kind attention and thank you for the opportunity for me to speak to you here today. It's been a pleasure. I hope we see each other again in some occasion in the future. ครับผมคืนเวทีให้ครับ ขอบคุณครับ